អារម្មណ៍សំណួរច្រើនខ្លះកូនសិស្សដែលមាន IEP ជំងឺបាននិយាយថាដើម្បីកូនសិស្ស IEP ចូលរួម
o cronología. Si un niño tiene una incapacidad o condición médica que les prohíbe de asistir en persona porque son demasiados jóvenes para recibir la vacuna, mientras está el proceso, la junta en dónde va a estar colocado el estudiante, cuál es la línea de tiempo. El distrito va a hacer que se haga la junta más pronto para el IEP. Se están haciendo evaluaciones para los alumnos para determinar cómo se ve el estudio independiente, servicios de apoyo. ¿Usted va a proveer servicios en casa o el estudiante va a estar en casa sin estar inscrito en la escuela mientras esperan para el equipo que determine la colocación? ¿Tiene lo suficiente personal para proveer servicios de interpretación para todos los padres que necesitan hacer la transición para que ocurra rápido para los alumnos? Si no, los padres que no están viendo esta junta o el webinar de anoche les han notificado. Yo soy un padre de AP y no he recibido ninguna notificación acerca de estas opciones. No tuvo respuestas a ninguna de estas preguntas. Sin embargo, yo tengo que empezar este proceso el 20 de agosto y esperar para que el equipo de AP se pueda reunir, evaluar y dar recomendaciones. Todo esto va a ocurrir para el 31 de agosto, considerando que el distrito de Long Beach tuvo un atraso de las evaluaciones. Me preocupan estas cronologías. Usted citó que los alumnos con incapacidades, que los IEPs no pueden participar en estudio independiente a menos que se le permita en su plan. Si yo escogiera la opción de mantener a mi hijo en casa, ofrecerían nada. Tendría que esperar al equipo de IEP que tome decisión. Entonces, las opciones son como los alumnos con incapacidades esperan a casa hasta que el equipo del IEP se pueda reunir para decidir cómo es justo. La sección 504 requiere a las escuelas, distritos que se provean educación pública adecuada y gratis, que se puedan beneficiar de educación, que se puedan beneficiar sin importar la incapacidad del niño. El distrito debe de identificar las necesidades educativas y proveer cualquier educación regular o especial para satisfacer la educación de los niños y sus necesidades, igual como los niños sin incapacidades. Y para los padres que están viendo esto, las violaciones de la sección 504 y en el ambiente educativo se puede abordar localmente con la entidad de educación o la oficina de derechos civiles en el Departamento Estadounidense de Educación. Entiendo que el distrito, gracias Nubia, ya se acabó su tiempo.
¿Quieres cambiar uno por uno porque está hablando muy rápido? Sí. No oigo. ¿Hablando? I can't hear. No se oye. Here's somebody talking. I can't. Oh, yeah. Bueno, Amber, tiene 3 minutos. Buenas tardes. Me llamo Amber Mendoza, hablando hoy acerca de artículos 8.4 y 8.7. Actualmente soy miembro del PTA y madre activa durante 4 años y madre de 2 hijas de la primaria. Una es de alto riesgo de COVID. Tiene problemas de COVID. Estoy aquí para hacer varias preguntas y expresar mi grande preocupación y mi frustración y de solución en la manera en que el LBUSD ha tratado el protocolo de abrir las escuelas de comunicación con las familias y una alternativa equitativa de aprender en persona. Como saben, la ola del variante Delta, especialmente en los niños, nos recuerda que todavía estamos dentro de una pandemia. Así que una gran cantidad de estudiantes están sin vacuna, como mis hijas. Y con razón tenemos mucha preocupación mientras los números suben y están más altos que el condado de Los Ángeles. Estos números ni siquiera reflejan la ola de casos pediatras que están destinados a subir y aquí empieza la escuela, como hemos visto, por todo el país. Este es uno de los motivos que las familias buscan una alternativa equitativa de estar en persona. El webinar de noche era una desgracia y mostró que el distrito está haciendo todo para desanimar los estudios independientes. Hubo más de 2.200 preguntas y el distrito escogió 15 que querían contestar, es menos de un porcentaje. Yo presenté 7 preguntas y ni una se contestó. Así que ahora voy a hacerles las mismas preguntas y espero que contesten cada una. ¿Por qué castigan a los estudiantes y familias con niños de menos de 12 por elegir con razón mantener seguros a sus hijos al obligarlos a volver en persona cuando la vacuna y todavía no está disponible para ellos? Porque las familias pierden su espacio en la escuela, que eligen si ya están matriculadas en la escuela y si ya tienen el espacio. Eso no ayudaría a reducir el número de personas en clase y aumentar la distancia para los que quieren estar en persona si no permiten que vuelvan a su escuela natal este año. ¿Por qué no garantizar el lugar para el año que viene? ¿Cómo tratará el distrito el grande número que eligen estudios independientes ya que estén vacunados quieren volver? Si un estudiante está matriculado en un programa con un programa de UI con maestros bilingües, si una familia elige estudios independientes y luego decide volver en persona, podrán volver a su programa original. Y las familias que eligen estudios independientes no deben sentirse que están siendo castigados por elegir a sus hijos y la salud de la familia primero. Esto no solamente es una desgracia a los estudiantes que han trabajado tanto, especialmente el último año, pero para los padres por participar activamente como PTA, etcétera. Elegir la seguridad y estudios independientes ahora es igual que perder todo lo que hemos invertido en las escuelas. Como padres de niños sin vacuna tenemos preocupaciones válidas, que sean líderes y nos ayuden a mantener a todos los estudiantes seguros. Gracias, Amber.
Próximo orador es Gabriela Mendoza. Good morning y buenos días a miembros de la mesa directiva y personal. Yo me llamo Gabriela Mendoza. Gabriela, te puedo pedir que vayas un poco más cerca del micrófono, si lo puedes hacer, o si puedes alzar la voz un poquito más para nosotros. Good morning y buenos días, miembros de la mesa directiva y personal. Yo me llamo Gabriela Mendoza. Yo soy una alumna orgullosa del cuarto año en Patrick Henry. Hoy estoy hablando acerca de las opciones que nos dan y el estudio independiente. Yo pienso acerca de los niños, o piensen de los niños que no tienen un padre que les pueda ayudar en casa con trabajo escolar porque no hablan el idioma y no se sienten seguros regresar en persona hasta que estén vacunados. Por favor, piensen en ellos. No es seguro para los niños no vacunados como yo y mi hermana el ir a la escuela presencial. Mi hermana y otros niños estamos en alto riesgo y yo quisiera estar vacunada antes de regresar a la escuela. Por favor, denme esa oportunidad. Trabajé muy duro este año para llegar a donde estoy hoy y siento que me están castigando al que me saquen de mi escuela si yo escojo estudios independientes para estar segura. Por favor, no me saquen de mi escuela. Gracias. Gracias, Gabriela.
Y Melissa Morgan. Doctor Baker, ¿todavía tenemos el sonido o ese sonido a los 3 minutos ya que acaben? ¿O? Sí, gracias, Chris. Bueno, adelante con la siguiente oradora, Mariela Salgado. Buenos días, Mariela. Buenos días, buenos días. Yo les extraño. Estoy mirando por allí y estoy agradecida. Buenos días. Como el variante Delta sigue moviéndose rápidamente por el país, causando una nueva ola de infecciones y hospitalizaciones, nos preocupa a los padres acerca de los planes de abrir las escuelas. Mariela Salgado, yo vengo como comisionada de parques, madre de 2 hijos de primario. Uno está afuera corriendo por allí y hoy vengo como dueña de un negocio pequeño. Cuando cerraron todo en marzo de 2020, muchos negocios pequeños vieron que los ingresos pararon o se redujeron muchísimo. Ninguno queremos que se cierre todo de nuevo. Muchas veces mis amigos que si mi familia se infectara o tuviera COVID-19, no nos afecta a todos iguales. Yo soy dueña de un negocio que es de mi familia. Si mi familia tuviera COVID-19 o lo trajera a la casa, yo cerraría mi negocio durante una semana o 2 o 3 no es igual. No hay tiempo pagado para mí si no trabajo. El distrito es el
bring as many students in person as it was stated in the Memorial Care webinar a couple days ago. Your goal is to bring in person on August 31st, 69,000 students. We can estimate about half, I don't know how many, are under 12 years of age who are not vaccinated. I honor people's decision to vaccinate or not. Schools will open in the next couple weeks, and I believe we should work together to keep our school community safe. Maintaining low infection rates keep our economy open and alive. Please, I implore you that as we reopen, we ask and we have weekly testing for our school sites. I don't feel like I have a choice. Based on yesterday's webinar, I'm not convinced that independent studies, in fact, my oldest can't even participate as a GATE student. So she's going in person, they're going in person, and I'm just asking that you all play a tremendous role in our economic engine. And as a small business owner, I hope that in the next couple weeks, as we continue to receive information and data from other districts, that much like LAUSD, we will decide to have weekly testing. It's an inconvenience to all of us. I certainly don't want to add one more thing to my plate, but if it means we're going to keep everyone safer, I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariela. Thank you. We're going to make one more call for Melissa Morgan in case she's out there. Okay, thank you. Okay, so if there are no more public speakers for agenda items, we'll move on to non-agenda. Then you're back, Mariela.
I'm back again. Good morning again. Something. I don't know if our new communications director or the role is here, Justin Grayson. Thank you. Thank you. Yesterday's webinar, as I'm sure the couple other people before me might have spoken, I come here in solidarity for the parents who have IEPs, for those that have disabilities, for those who are monolingual speakers, for those who don't fit the box, the standard box of independent studies or who it's for. I come today and to speak on that item, and my focus really is to Justin Grayson is, if you haven't received the communication audit report that was provided or shown a couple weeks ago to the school district, I ask you to go through it, because yesterday's webinar and one of the recommendations in that audit was for the district to have an open dialogue with parents. Yesterday's 25-minute webinar for the over 2,000 questions that were submitted, that many questions were not answered. To me, I allotted 2 hours thinking that's what I was going to go through, to understand what independent studies look like, to understand whether it's a viable option for many parents. Most of us don't feel like it is because we will lose our school of choice. I have worked and I have been at these meetings for over a year, 2 years. I know it's exhausting, and I just don't understand why a 25-minute webinar was somehow the best way to communicate to parents. How that was, I'm flabbergasted, because I have a hard time as a small business owner reconciling how I am in an instant moment reviewed online. My business relies heavily on customer feedback. And here we are, I spend hours out of my time to come and speak to you all. You have recommendations, you have audit reports, and yesterday's webinar to me was just a disgrace. I don't have another word for it. Disappointing at best, unconscionable at worst, because I don't understand how you all can speak to us in a major decision for 25 minutes and answer the 2,000 questions that were submitted. So Justin, I ask you, go through that report and please help the district have better communications with parents. This is not a one-way, top-down effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariela. And just for future reference for any public speakers, please direct your comments to the chair of the board and not to individual board members or executive staff. Thank you. So again, I want to thank everyone that is engaging us, that is providing public comment for us. It helps, we listen, it guides and informs our decision. So just a big thank you for everyone that came out this morning early to provide public comment for us. We're going to move forward in our agenda, and we have an exciting morning lined up and a full morning. I want to encourage my colleagues up here. We're going to get a lot of information today. It may be difficult to process all the information today, but in the past, and I've been guilty of this, I'll jump in and start asking questions in the middle of presentations. Because we have such a tight agenda, Dr. Baker and I will do our best to keep us to the agenda. So I would just, as a suggestion for our colleagues, including myself, allow for the presentation to take place, write down, jot down any questions, and then we'll make sure to save some time at the end of each presentation for some questions. If we need to go longer today, that's great, but I just want to make sure that we get an opportunity to listen to everyone's presentation today. We'll have community members providing information for us today as well. So I'm looking forward to today, to learning. I know there's a lot of stuff, as was raised in public comments this morning. There's a lot of information. So hopefully today we get a chance to take a little bit of a deeper dive. Surely, though, we won't get through everything that we'd like to get through in 2 days. So I highly suggest to folks, keep engaging us, keep reaching out, but also a reminder to reach out to schools, right, to your individual neighborhood school or your children's school sites. Dr. Baker, anything else that we want to add to frame this today's workshop?
No, we just look forward. Staff has put a lot of time in planning for this day and a half of learning. And just to remind the public, the workshop is really an opportunity for learning and for discussion and for good questions. So we hope in the formation of the agenda, you see the scope of the district, you see academics, data. We're going to talk about board governance, and then tomorrow a facilities update, and to give you a good update on the work of the entire district. So staff looks forward to interacting with you and sharing their work from all the different departments. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. So let's get to it. We have a special guest with us this morning, AJ Cabral, who's been working with our board over the last, I want to say 8 months now, AJ, on our board development, our shared governance, including developing board goals, looking at how we think about student learning outcomes and how we as a board represent and uphold our community's vision around student success. So you want to get us going this morning, AJ, to frame our conversation, and then Dr. Baker and I will sort of facilitate our board discussion and see if we can come to some agreement on some of the items that we've been working on over the last 6 to 8 months.
Absolutely. I don't know if it's appropriate, but if it is appropriate to do so, I was wondering if we could reverse the order of operations here. Is it possible to do the superintendent's goals first and then do the board's work, as I'd love to be able to leverage some of that conversation for the board's development conversation.
What do you think, Dr. Baker?
Sure.
They're
So-
right after each other in the agenda. I was just
Yeah.
wondering if we could.
Not a problem for us.
Okay.
Chris Brown actually will kick off with the significant part of the presentation is around growth model for data. And so just give us a minute for him to get ready, and we're certainly glad to do it that way. While Chris is coming up, you do have a number of handouts that support this presentation. The first is full set of slides that are titled Growth and Goals. There's an accompanying document to that is goals. To the governance discussion, you have Long Beach Board procedure recommendations agenda that you might want to have in front of you. And lastly, student outcomes focused governance board member site visit protocol that will be a part of this opening session.
And just as a reminder, Dr. Baker, I want to differentiate the difference between our superintendent goals, which are attached to your evaluation, which we won't have a public discussion about today, and the board goals that we're in the process of developing that are certainly in alignment with your superintendent goals, but how we evaluate ourselves in moving the district forward around our own goals. So I know that the data and the growth metrics that Chris and you will share today touch on both of those, but I want to differentiate that we're not talking about our board goals at this time. We're talking about the goals that you're developing.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. And as soon as Chris Brown finishes really his work with you around growth metrics, I will restate that in another way, and we'll look at the draft of my goals. So thank you. All right.
Mr. Brown.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning, board, exec team members, members of the public who are watching. Today's data update will have a very different feel than the one last year. So if you remember last year, it was 50 plus slides, lots of charts, lots of graphs, and I love all of that. But really today I'm going to talk more about a sea change in sort of how we think about research and data in our district, and so the kinds of things you can expect going forward. That plus my own team really said I was very dry last year, so I'll try to be more engaging. We'll try and keep this more interesting and not put people to sleep with the data, so that I don't take any grief when I go back. If you go into my office, this has been on my wall since I came to the board building 5 years ago. And it's do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. And for research, this has a couple pieces that really spoke to me. One is we know better in research now because we have access to better tools than we did for the last 10 years. And so that changes how we have to present, right? We can do better with our data than we could in the past. The other part is the data is some of what we know, right? So if we present data, we present what we know, it allows us to make better instructional decisions, to provide better support for our students and our teachers, and get better outcomes. And so really this speaks to me a lot in research in terms of changing how we know what we know and what we're asking, really, like what are we asking to know about? So in the past, you would have seen a lot of slides. In fact, some of these pictures on this slide are from my presentation last year. So line graphs, bar charts, some of the basics. And really historically, we have focused on what's known as an improvement model. So we've had certain tools like state accountability tests, A through G rates, grad rates, things like that. And we use an improvement model to move forward. So improvement models look like this. We would like a 3% improvement in grade 3 ELA scores. Or next year, we'd like to see a 5% improvement for some group in grade 7 math scores. That's an improvement model. We really look at improving every year, year over year, in a grade level. And that works really well, and we've had really large gains in the last 10 years with that. But the problem with that is it's not looking longitudinally at student growth. It's really looking at changes in the system, which are good, but this year's third graders and last year's third graders are entirely different groups of kids. So asking for a 3% improvement, they could have come in 5% higher, which would mean that's actually a deficiency. They could have come in 10% lower, which means you're asking for a lot more gain in 1 year. So really looking at an improvement model doesn't give you granular information about what are we doing with the students we have in front of us right now during the year that we have them right now. And that's really what we want to switch to. We want to switch to looking at data in a growth model. So what are our third graders doing between October and February and May? Are they getting better? How does their third grade compare to their fourth grade, compared to their fifth grade as they move forward in our system, not third grade this year versus third grade next year? And that's a big change from the way we've presented data in the past. The other piece to that is that we're really going to start looking at it at a student level. So later you'll hear me talk about gap data and things like that, but in the past we have a tendency to aggregate data, as does many organizations. But when you aggregate data, those who do well can cover those who don't do well, right? And you end up moving averages, as opposed to trying to look at how is everybody growing, and are we making sure that those who are the farthest behind are growing the fastest, right? And as opposed to just combining everyone's growth rate or everyone's change and then moving from there. And this is the way we've done it in the state. This is the way the state dashboard works. This is what we knew. Now we know more. So from this year forward, when I present data to you throughout the rest of the year, both in support of Dr. Baker's evaluations, but also in goals, but the district goals, the quarterly updates, data we provide to sites, we're really going to be looking at a growth to proficiency model. And what this means is we're going to look at student growth multiple times throughout the year and then measure how fast they're moving towards proficiency, or if they're already proficient, how fast are we accelerating them beyond proficiency, right? Into the upper grade levels, into higher levels of achievement. So this isn't just about staying on level or getting to level, it's also about pushing forward for those of our students who are ready to push forward. And we're going to do this with all of our data, so you'll hear me talk about attendance data growth, discipline data growth, academic data growth, but for the purpose of this presentation and then kind of setting up our goals for the year, I really want to just talk about one new tool that we have adopted and the way that growth will be measured with that tool so you get an idea of the kind of way that we'll be presenting data throughout the year. So during the spring, we had a bunch of groups look at a bunch of different digital assessment solutions. A lot of this grew out of my work with the other research directors in the Council of Great City Schools and really looking at how do we know where our students are. And we adopted two. One is iReady, one is Edulastic. And today I'll talk about iReady because iReady is a screener that we're going to use throughout the year to measure student growth. And in a future presentation, I'll mention Edulastic, which will be more for formative assessment that we can also use throughout the year to see how our students are doing on a much smaller time scale. But the reason we did this is, if you remember last year, we started talking about learning acceleration, right? And if you're going to accelerate learning, you need to have some sort of measures of time, right? You can't just look at it once a year. You can't compare SBAC scores from last year to this year. You have to accelerate learning. So you have to figure out how fast students are learning, how fast they're growing, and then work on providing interventions and supports to speed that up, but you have to check on it. And so iReady was the best way we found to do that. So this year you're going to hear me talk a lot about typical growth and stretch growth. And basically what that means is we're going to look at a student's typical growth for us is the growth that they need to stay on level. So a typical growth for a 5th grade student is the growth that they need to be ready for 6th grade when 6th grade starts. That's typical growth. Every student's going to have a typical growth goal this year based on wherever they score in October and where we need them to be in May. But we're also going to have a stretch growth goal for every year, and we'll present on these throughout the year. And this is what it would take for them to accelerate. So if they're on grade level, if you're a 5th grade student, your stretch growth is going to be to get to, mid 6th grade before you're in 6th grade, to push beyond a little. If you're a 5th grade student who's below grade level, your stretch growth goal will be to help get you back up to grade level, right? To grow faster than just what is needed, because we can't live in a world where students who are below grade level grow for 1 year. We need them to grow more than a year's worth of growth if they're going to catch up. We can't continue them behind. While a year's good, it's not good enough. And so the way this is going to look is at the individual student level, we're going to set goals for every student with the support of teachers to exceed 100% of their typical growth goal. I want to get 1 year's academic growth at bare minimum for the student. And then we're going to see how many students can meet their stretch goal, right? And we're going to really push to see how many students can we move faster than 1 year, and then that's how we can start setting goals moving forward in the district. If we know we can get 20% of our students meeting their stretch goal, what do we need to do to get 30% of our students or 40% of our students meeting our stretch goals? So you see how we can do individual student monitoring, but then have larger district goals in terms of how many students are being more than minimally successful, right? And minimal being at least their typical goal. So anything below that's unacceptable. It also means we can do aggregate metrics like we've done in the past. So in the past, I've come to you and said things like 80% of some students are proficient or advanced in some test, right? We'll still be able to do that with this kind of data. We'll be able to say X number of a percent of our students met their typical goal, or the median growth was 105% of typical, right? We can still do aggregate, but you're going to hear a lot less of that from me because, again, that sort of hides those who didn't. If we have a bunch who did and a bunch who really exceeded, then if the average is still in the middle, what are we doing about the students who didn't, right? So you'll see some of those aggregate metrics, but not as many as you would have in the past. This is just an example of how it would look. So for example, you got 2 kids here who are in 3rd grade, and we will test these students in October. Every student, K-12, with the exception of kindergartners, will take the first iReady screener in October of this year. And we will have data back immediately on where their placement level is to start this year, which would be great knowing coming out of the virtual learning experience from last year. In fact, we might have some of that data back before we get SBAC data back, to be honest, even though we gave that test in May. So this will give us a good baseline. And then we can set goals for the kids. If you're on grade level, we're going to figure out what your typical goal is, and then what's your stretch goal? How do we push you ahead? If you're below grade level, your typical goal is probably going to be a little bit bigger, and your stretch goal is going to be a lot bigger, right? But you'll notice in this one, the typical goal is still bigger also. It's not okay to say you're below grade level, your goal is lower. It's got to be higher. You have to go faster, right? And that's that acceleration. So the other thing you'll start hearing from me over the next few reportings is looking at which interventions and which programs we've provided that actually get students to have those faster growth rates, right? That's the big picture for us, is what are we doing that's working so we can do more of it? What are we doing that maybe isn't working as well so that we stop doing that and do more of what works, right? The idea is really being able to target in on what's helping our students achieve these typical and stretch growth goals for their year, so that we get to the end of the year, we know kids are advancing, staying on level, and catching up, which is really where we want to be. This slide is just a more detailed explanation of how you can see the score ranges move across the grade bands. So you can see that the lower students who come in behind where they normally should be will have larger typical and stretch goals. The higher up you get, of course, the harder it is to go, right? You can't have a super high stretch goal if you're scoring at the top of the range. There's a cap on the top, right? So it just keeps going until you get to the next grade level. So you won't see kids who come in 2 grade levels above with stretch goals that put them 4 grade levels above when they come out. That's not really what we're trying to do. Although I'm sure those students definitely will want to be 4 grade levels above when they leave a certain year. So if we walk through a student, you might get something like this. So you have Amelia come in. She takes the test in October, and she scores on level. On level is actually really, really well. We would have been happy if she had scored early level, right? It's early in the year. You're early for the grade level. Good to go. So now she's going to score on level, and we're going to set 2 goals for her with her, and her parents will see these goals. Her family can see this online. The typical growth goal will keep her on level. So by the time she goes to the next grade, she'll be in the middle of that grade too. So again, we wouldn't want to say you came in on level, you'll go to the next grade level early level. That would be slow. That would be lower acceleration. That's deceleration, right? So we're saying at the bare minimum, if you came in to start the year on grade level, you're going to go to start next year on that grade level. But we're also going to put a stretch goal out there, which means you're going to advance a little more. You're going to come in on grade level this year and move to on or above grade level when you start next year. So you're a 4th grade student who came in October on 4th grade level. We're going to hope that you're late 5th grade level by the time you start 5th grade, right? And then your goals in 5th grade will go from there, right? So the beauty of this thinking about data and using these types of tools, and like I said, we're going to do this with everything, is it doesn't just help kids catch up, but it really can still help push our accelerated students, right? There is no reason to just stay on level. But you could also have Brianna, and this is the point that I think we really need to be very clear about. So Brianna comes in and she scores 2 grade levels below. It's a 5th grade student, let's say, and she's scoring in the mid-3rd grade level. So her typical goal will be a little bit bigger because we want to push her a little farther, right? And her stretch goal will be a lot bigger. But I want you to notice her stretch goal didn't reach proficiency. We're not asking Brianna to do 3 years of learning in 1 year. We're going to create a plan that puts her on pace to get to on grade level in a couple of years, because that's what's achievable. And if we talk about SMART goals, right, the A is for achievable or attainable. So to ask a student who's multiple levels behind to gain multiple years of growth in 1 year is probably not attainable. To ask them to attain more than 1 and have a plan to catch up before they move on, that is attainable. And so we'll work on these plans to create multi-year paths for students to get back to, but it might take more than a year. And if you have a 1st grade level student in the 4th grade, to ask them to be 5th grade ready in 10 months with us is a big ask for the kid. That's really tough. So we want to make sure we have a plan for the student so that by the time they're in 8th grade, they're 8th grade level, ready to go to high school. So that's sort of, I think, a big sea change from the way I presented data last year, where I gave you just a lot of raw numbers. So this year, you're going to hear a lot about growth, change, really. So Later in this presentation or other presentations, you hear about things like the Student Success Initiative. You'll hear about other interventions. And then you'll hear me later in the year talk about, and here's how changes happen to discipline or attendance or academic achievement based on participation in these programs. So it's really looking at students. And then we'll be working with sites to think about groups of students who are achieving at certain levels or showing certain growth rates and what they can do with those. So the plan is not only to think as a district, but for the research office to support sites with this growth data for their groups of kids, and then to support teachers with helping making these goals and monitoring their own small groups of kids. So the data cycle for teachers will be much, much more rapid moving forward than it has been because we have better tools. And with better tools, we have better data. The other one that I really want to talk about is the achievement gap. We have talked about the achievement gap for as long as I've been in education. And in Long Beach, we still have an achievement gap, but we have done a lot of work to close it, and it's very narrow. In fact, Dr. Baker shared last week that in terms of A through G rate, our African American and Latinx students have actually grown twice as fast as their peers who are not African American or Latinx over the last 5 years. So we've done some good work, but the gap still exists. But I asked myself, does the gap really tell us what we want to know? And so I'm going to share with you this line, and I think later today you're going to hear more. So I stole this from the equity leadership team. This is a working definition of equity in Long Beach. And it says, equity in LBUSD means we will take action to end systemic racism and discrimination that harms students because of their race, culture, disability, economic description, immigration status, gender identification, and/or sexual orientation. If LBUSD is acting upon this definition, then the descriptors listed above will not be predictors of success or failure in our system. And this is the part that really got me in thinking about how can the research office help answer that question about prediction. So it's not just about gap. Gap isn't a prediction. Gap is at the end. We talk about A through G gap. Those kids have left us, right? They're graduated and moving on. That's not a predictor of success. That's an outcome. So there are better graphics that I'm sure you'll see later with cool ladders and other stuff, but I'm not artistic. Remember, I like charts and graphs and numbers and Excel spreadsheets, and this is the best I could do in Excel. But when we think about predictors, I really want to talk to you about two types of equity indicators that we're going to talk about for the next couple of years, really. The first is that predictive one, right? So in a world where we've done our equity work, if we think about the type of student, there should be no group of student identified by any of these descriptors like race, culture, disability, that has a different probability of excellent outcomes in our system. And we can actually calculate that. We can control for all non-demographic variables and look at what are the predicted outcomes for African American students versus Filipino students versus students with disabilities or EL students or white students in our system. And if we're doing equity, that's one form of equity. In a perfect system, there is no difference in those predictors. They should be the same. It shouldn't matter that I'm whatever group I belong to in terms of excellent outcome. Of course, the reality is something more like this, I think, in a lot of systems, not just ours, right? Which is once you control for other background features, there are different predictors. And we don't know what this is in our district yet. We're working on establishing what these baseline predictive indicators are so that we know what do we have to work on. But that's only one phase. So let me use an example of discipline. So last year, I presented twice. I presented once about African American students and once about Latinx students. And we talked about the impact of discipline on their outcomes, right? And we mentioned that if a student has been suspended one or more times, their likelihood for Math 6 accelerated placement, A through G, graduation, everything goes down. And it goes down more for certain subgroups, right? The going down more is this part, but the reality is, let's say we control. So to calculate this, we're going to say, we're going to look at students with no discipline, students who've never been suspended. So we have African American students who've never been suspended, Filipino students who've never been suspended, EL students who've never been suspended. And in a perfect equity world, they all have the same predictive outcomes. Like, in other words, there's no change in their outcomes based on their demographic background. Now, we know that suspension changes it for everybody. But the other part of this is, how do you also have equal proportions of students who qualify with that no suspension, right? So if we know suspension is a negatory effect, has a negative effect on predictive outcome, do you have some groups that have more suspensions than others? That's the other side of the equity indicator. So for us, you would have some subgroups might have no suspensions, or 80% of their students have no suspensions, whereas another subgroup, it might only be 20% of their students with no suspensions. So even if they could get to no suspensions, means they have a strong outcome, you still have to get all of them to have no suspensions, right? So there's two things we have to work on for equity. One is that race, culture, identity is not a predictor of outcome. The other is that race, culture, identity is also not a predictor of other impacts like suspensions, attendance, things like that, that we know impact outcomes for all groups of students. So you can't have one group of students that have great attendance, another group that has poor attendance, and you say, well, if they were here, they would have great outcomes. Nope, we got to get them here too. That's our responsibility. So it's two sides. So you're going to hear less about the gap from me, because if you deal with this, the gap will close. And you're going to hear more about what's the predictive indicator for outcome for students of certain subgroups, and how do we make sure that all of our students come ready to get to that starting point they need for that strong outcome. The other part of that is you don't work on one or the other, or one then the other. You work on them both at the same time, right? So we're going to work on both these indicators at the same time. So what happens next? We're going to implement these new tools. We're going to start in October. In fact, I presented to the MSK8 principals yesterday about their round. I'll be presenting to the elementary and high school principals on Thursday about getting their staff trained and getting ready to administer these tools in October. We're going to have quarterly data meetings with principals, which is a new thing where we have all the K-12 principals meet with research to really dig into their data, identify their students who need supports, and make sure they're implementing those supports. We'll have site-based quarterly collaborative data visits that the sites are going to do. And then obviously we'll bring quarterly board updates to you, where we bring these equity indicators, these growth metrics, and we share them with you so you can see exactly how our students are doing this year, and how we're moving through learning acceleration, right? So if I think about that learning acceleration support plan, how are we accelerating student learning, and what's working and what's not? So that's kind of how we look at data differently this year. And it sort of leads into then the draft of Dr. Baker's goals. And I don't know if you want to take it from here, Dr. Baker.
Sure. Let's do a little pause with you. I imagine there's some questions or just observations from what you've shared.
I have an observation, just real quick. Thank you. You were very engaging.
I actually brought scorecards that I got from the Olympics, but I left them in my car. Otherwise, I was going to give you a 9. But
thank you. I don't know if I stuck the landing, but I'll work on that next time.
Would you and everybody else, when you give us slides, number these slides? Just because I keep going, was that 6 or am I at 7 now, and all that, and it's an easy thing to do, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all.
Mr. Miller.
First, I just wanted to recognize your graphic design skills. This was fantastic. But on a more serious note, I did have one question. So knowing that we'll be using this new, I'm going to use the term database, to track student success, obviously this being the first year that we're using it, this is going to create a baseline. Because now this is an ERIC thing, this is not a Long Beach Unified School District thing. I love to have comparative data to be able to track our progress. Because we know that this is going to be the first year that we use it, this will be the baseline. Is there any way that we can transfer any form of our previous data to attempt to even create a, I don't want to call it fictitious, maybe that's not the best word, but supplemental form of information from previous years of where people might have scored, so that we still have this baseline comparison?
Absolutely. So that's a great point. And it's something that my department's working on actually right now. So they're looking at historic data from the state accountability test to try and craft what we're going to call a year's growth rate, so that we can figure out how many students we're making that year's growth rate. It won't be a direct correlation to what we have, but it's about as close as we can get, because I'm hoping to be able to come to you mid-year and say, here's what our growth rates have historically been, and here's what we're looking at this year with our growth rates, because again, that goes back to that acceleration piece. So yes, and we're working on it. It won't be perfect, but we're going to do as close as we can. The problem is there's about about a 2-year gap in data where this pandemic basically stopped state testing and stopped everything else. So we're really going to be comparing sort of like pre-2019 growth rates to post-2021 growth rates.
Are you good?
I think I've been sitting here trying to formulate my question. Thank you. And I appreciate your stick figure artwork. That is exactly how I would have approached it personally. So the equity piece, and you talked about the removal of barriers to success, and what those predictive things are in getting kids, ready to go. Mm-hmm. So it sounds like to me, we know, and we're gonna find out very specifically, students have very individualized, 69,000 kids have 69,000 points in time, and their growth rate is different. And we know that there are things that will affect that growth rate on any given year. Illness, stress in the family, a move, those kinds of things. But the bigger piece of how do we get all kids to that place poised for success, to me sounds like the predictive outcome has to do with the adult behavior. How are we supporting classroom instruction? How are we supporting principals? How are we supporting staff so that they're able to support kids when they get that really specific information? Because it isn't that if we have this gap that persists, it's like the next group of students that come in don't have the same needs as the previous group, yet we're still comparing those two gaps as if they're the same. And I don't know if any of this makes sense other than asking the question around not just implementation of this new system, but how will it help us identify supporting instruction in the classroom so that those kids who are at level or needing to make a year or two's worth of growth can get supported appropriately.
No, that makes perfect sense, actually. So no, you're good. You're exactly right. So the idea of predictive indicators is really about what the student experiences. So the idea that I would say that you and I walk into a classroom, and if some of the barriers that we know are equal, so we both never been suspended and we both attend 95% of the time, do we have the same outcome? And if not, is it something inherent that's a difference in your group versus my group that's causing that difference in outcome? Not causing, that is leading to a difference in predictability that we need to deal with instructionally, right? We need to make sure that we attend to those needs to make sure there's the same outcome. The second part is, but what if you have been suspended 5 times, right? How do we rectify that before we even get to that point? Because we know that suspensions are going to drop that predictive ability, or drop your outcome. So how do we get more and more students to have less suspension? So one of the things we have to do is use the data we're getting to look at what instructional moves are working best to help students grow. And we can start to look at them by every sort of slice we can get to figure out, depending on what a student's needs are, what are the better interventions or support systems for that student to get growth. We've never really had that kind of data in the past. And to be honest, the first test is October. We still won't have it in October. I want to be very clear. It's going to take some longitudinal study to get that done. And then second is, and what supports do we need to put in for students in first, second, third grade to make sure that they don't end up as a low attending student who's been suspended, right? What are the supports they need to make sure that they don't fall off that pace? So it's 2 pieces that we have to deal with in terms of our equity work. The other part of it is with ongoing year by year or month by month data, we can really start to look at the impact of interventions on certain subgroups of students based on need, right? So when I say subgroup, I don't necessarily mean racial subgroup, but any one of a bunch of different things, right? Depending on what your housing situation is, or your racial situation, or your language situation, or anything, right? We can start to look at and then identify which interventions are working and which ones aren't, so that we can target our work around that and then create groups of students who get the support they need to reach those high outcomes, right? And it's that gathering that data in an ongoing manner that we haven't had before.
And also, Megan, just to comment, I think something is really important that you said, that the kind of data that we're talking about, growth data in the way that Chris is presenting it, allows a teacher to take action based on ongoing students and not waiting for something that may feel like the annual result. And so this is data that will influence classroom action, a teacher's actions, the interventions that are in the Learning Acceleration Support Plan. If there's an intervention specialist at the school, they're looking at the shared data and making decisions, sometimes on a daily basis, but certainly on a monthly interim basis as the assessments are given. It allows a teacher to really take action. And you'll hear me talk about this in a moment too with my goals, is that it operationalizes, when we talk about excellence and we talk about equity, it operationalizes that to a classroom. What do we mean by excellence? That each student has that goal that is a year of progress. And what do we mean by equity? And that is acceleration towards the proficiency standard. So it brings that, not all at once, not everybody's going to understand it in the first 6 months, but once teachers have an opportunity to use the data and they're supported by coaches at their school and their administrators, it's a way of being with data that's going to, we believe, change the system in classrooms.
And the other piece I'd like to add to that is it's also making ongoing data transparent. So the other group that's going to be able to see student progress is families, right? In the past, they only really get their students' academic progress through either grades or sort of this, here's your state accountability test scores you get the fall after your kid went through a school year, right? But now you'll be able to see ongoing growth data throughout the year. So we can hopefully leverage and partner with our families also to support their students, right? We can start having those conversations. A big question that came out of the elementary office, especially for spring, is how are we going to really integrate this into like conferences? How do we integrate the student growth into the conference work? And so we're going to work with the elementary office to think about, what are some things we want to train teachers on in terms of how to look at it and how to share that data with their families, so that as a family, you get to see your kids' progress more regularly in an ongoing manner, which I think is a big change.
Yeah, and I'll just follow up on that specifically. As you were talking, what I was writing is it seems like an opportunity for some real concrete community and parent engagement around student success. Absolutely. And so working with our groups, either PTAs, school sites, community groups that work with families, to really work with them to train up families to use this data in the best way possible so that we can all continue to support the student in the work. And I want to thank you for the work. And I also want to thank Dr. Lund, because I know one of the questions that's been asked from this dais for as long as I've been here, and more urgently over the last several years, is where do folks fall off? Like, we've come to you in the past and say, okay, so they're not doing algebra. Where along the line did they stop becoming algebra ready in 8th grade or 9th grade or 10th grade? And I think the research department over the years has done a really great job of trying to pinpoint that kind of answer. And this sounds like the next progression of that, of we're going to be able to pinpoint where that is, and now we're going to be able to identify the things that help support student success better. So it feels like a natural progression of some of those questions that I've heard over the last several years into this is what the board has been asking often is, so when we know, what are we doing? What works across in one situation, and does it work with another group of students? So thank you for the information today.
No doubt. The research office couldn't have gotten here 5 years ago, right? This is built on the work that's been done over the past decade in the research office. So it's just an extension. That's why I said the no more, do better quote, right? We just keep pushing forward.
Thanks to my colleagues. I want to start to transition us over to Dr. Baker's goals, but I want to share a few highlights and ask my colleagues to really think about a few questions for us, right? Especially as we engage in our board development discussion. So I heard you mention quarterly reports, Chris. That's important for us as a board, as we're thinking about goals, as we're thinking about the superintendent goals. But a nuance of that, Chris, is I think part of this is also exploring what data it is that we want to see as board members, and how that's informed by, again, the parent engagement piece, the broader community engagement piece around student success. And not just what data, but for which students. Because I'm saying this, one of the elephants in the room here is that when we talk about equity and equity gaps in Long Beach, we're really talking in comparison to our white gen ed students. Right, so the subgroups are all in relation to our highest performing students here. And I think that's where the structural piece comes in, and I think that's why the importance of the equity policy. That there are structural reasons why some students in Long Beach have performed higher, better, stronger, whatever word we want to say. And then to Mr. Miller's point, there are structural reasons why other students have not. Right, so the equity piece to me has a geographic component. It informs our school of choice conversations. It informs our college readiness conversations in very concrete ways. Because if I'm a community member, if I'm a parent, and I exclusively look at student outcomes by school, there's a geographic component to it. And it happens to be that in areas where we have more African American and more Latino and more students of color that are poor, the quote unquote performance indicators for those schools happen to be lower. So I'm really interested here, not for today, but in us using this as a way to also engage in those conversations as a board, right? Because quite frankly, when we look at where parents want their students to be at in middle school and in high school, it has a direct correlation to which students we're talking about and what quote unquote student outcomes we're looking at to make those decisions. So I think it's important, again, I want to reiterate this and then we could continue with Dr. Baker's goals. How often we see this data can help to shape our conversations. Which data as board members we're using to inform, to ask our superintendent, hey, we really want this to look at this data. And then for which subgroups, all right? Because we can look at, like you said, aggregate data around high school graduation. You know, that's still gonna tell us in relation to white students, what's the graduation rate for Latinx students? What's the graduation rate for African American students? But I think using the SciReady tool, it can tell us, okay, how accelerated is the growth for African American students, given that there was a 20% gap in high school graduation rates for that subgroup in relation to white students, right? I don't want that to be absent, right, because there are structural reasons for that. So final thoughts, Mr. Otto.
Yeah, just a quick question that I've been thinking about for about 16 months now, and that is, so if we shut down, if we're not in school, or things change dramatically, are we dead in the water? Can we still collect that information? Can we move forward with data, or how does that work? I just don't know, and my gut feeling is that it's so important to have some contingency plans. And let me give you just one example of what could happen. So we have a bunch of students who decide, for whatever reason, safety or I don't know what, that their parents say, I'm not going to have them in school, and so I'm going to hold them out for some period of time. And by the way, that's 1/3 of the third graders at this particular school, and the parents say, I want that my child to be able to come back to that school, and that's got to happen. Well, we know from a management point of view that if you've got 2/3 of the number of students, we're going to take that teacher and put that teacher where the teacher can teach students in some other place or something. And so then a decision is made by the parents that they're going to do something else, or it's such a dynamic process. And is there a way to factor that kind of stuff into consideration in terms of how you do things, or do we just meet down at the corner and go, I can't believe this?
So some of those things there is a way, and some there isn't. So, I mean, to your first point, if the student is removed from the system and not anywhere in our system, then there's not much I can do in terms of gathering data on that student. I can remove them from the data set, or I can show data for groups of students who were removed and then came back separately, so we can see what the impact on that removal was. If they're in our system, they're just not attending in-person school, there's really no change to the way we can collect data and move data. So the beauty of the iReady tool is that it's computer and adaptive, which means while we definitely would prefer to administer it in person, proctored by a teacher, because that ups the student's sort of work on it, it can be given at home. Students can take it remotely. It's not limited to we have to be in person to gather data. We can gather data remotely, but they still have to be in our system. If they're not in our system, if they've been withdrawn from the district, no, I can factor that into like the indicators and the growth metrics overall, but they're kind of not ours at that point. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Baker.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
So just to close this section, I want to take a few moments to talk about operationalizing the use of the data in the way that Chris Brown has described it. So more and more, you are going to hear us make reference to excellence and equity goals. And so I'm looking at the recently published Learning Acceleration and Support Plan, excuse me, and when you look at the pillars in the 4 pillars of that plan, each of those pillars has an excellence goal and an equity goal to help us refine the way we talk about expectations and acceleration. And so my goals this year, and I've handed them to you in the form of 6 goals, to make public the transition to focusing on growth in excellence and equity, and also focusing on student outcomes. So Chris has shared much of the decision to bring regularly to you student-facing data. The principals meetings that we will hold at a K-12 system level will help them to rethink or learn about using growth data in their schools so that they can support teachers in doing that. The importance of, when I think about superintendent's goals alongside what will become strategic goals by the Board of Education, it is the alignment of that system. So there's clarity if you're a principal working with teachers, if you're a level office working with a set of schools, that there's a cascading effect from goals. And so what you have before you are the 6 goals that are reflected in the slides that start, and I'll just use the example of goal 1. LBUSD students will achieve 1 year of academic growth and development. There's excellence, and students achieving below grade level will demonstrate greater than 1 year of growth. And as you look across to the document that you have, you'll see also the alignment to current strategic plan, the LCAP, and then our learning acceleration and support plan. And lastly, that right-hand column are my pursuits in terms of the use of data that would be brought to you to progress monitor at a system level the data that associates with that goal. You can see a second goal. Students' sense of identity, agency, and belonging, all part of our social emotional learning strategy, will increase based on implementation of transformative social emotional learning. And when you think of the alignment, you see the alignment to the strategic plan, the LCAP, and where that falls in terms of the learning acceleration and support plan. And then in the right-hand column, that's not in the public-facing slides, but will associate with my evaluation and monitoring, are the SMART goals, whether it's baseline data, improvement data, and the way that we will bring back to you the specific data that associates. Goal 3, you see a goal around access to post-secondary options, not just advanced placement, which has been a tremendous focus of the district for a number of years, but also dual enrollment and pathway completion, CTE pathway completion. The fourth goal associates with the communication, and this is the starting point with what Chris shared today. A series of equity and excellence indicators that are public and transparent. We've heard a lot from our community about how we present data. And so this goal associates with establishing equity indicator metrics. You can see to the far right-hand column, communicating those metrics, and then examining historic and current change rates in those metrics. That also associates with the equity policy. This is connected to the implementation of the equity policy. Last year, there was a lot of two-way communication about communication. And so you can see my goal around creating two-way communication between the district, parents, and community organizations to strengthen homeschool partnerships and acknowledge families' lived experiences. And that's a goal in development and metrics that will be developed to measure that and to report out to you. And then lastly, an important area, Goal 6, has a lot in it. LBUSD will develop and implement practices to increase workforce diversity and quality through recruitment, training, coaching, and supervision. This is active work that we are in pursuit of a number of aspects of the goal, and you can see we're drafting the metrics that would be brought to you on a regular basis as part of that goal. So when I think of the system, think of from district to every stakeholder, to business department, to academic offices, and to our classrooms and back, that feedback allows us to get glimpses as to what is happening in classrooms and what our students may need. For a board, that's an opportunity for you to think about investments, shifting investments, or asking the staff to look at one of the interventions we're providing. It will be a conversation that we'll have about assessing the interventions, the efficacy of the interventions that we provide. So alignment and coherence, as I've shared, from strategic plan, LCAP, LASP, that all of those cohere around what our students' needs are. And then lastly, the reporting. So today is just an opportunity for a public glimpse at what become my evaluation goals. And we'll go in and out of public and private. So my evaluation is not held in public, but these goals will be monitored in public.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. Thoughts, questions, colleagues?
Yeah, and this is more of a, no, semantics isn't the right word. So we're talking about progress monitoring, and we're going to talk, I think, in our board development session about how we will progress monitor our goals publicly, what that calendar will look like, because as much as we want to know everything all the time, we know that staff cannot provide information on every single small thing at every single meeting. So setting up that very public calendar of when we can expect to have information. And I'm just curious if there's a way to carry that over for the public at a school site level. And I know we know, and you know, and even you mentioned that principals did a data meeting, and they'll work with their staff. But maybe there's a way for each level, not necessarily every school, to show what a data monitoring schedule looks like at each level. So elementary schools look at their data when? So they have a big meeting at the beginning, they meet quarterly, because I think sometimes the public and parents don't know that we are looking at that data near constantly. A principal probably stews over it every day, is my guess. But there is a way in which that they do that as a site level, so that they're continuing to work towards student success. So maybe there's a way to create a document that shows that monitoring type of schedule that typically happens at a school. Just to assure folks that, oh, that's right, they sit down before school starts and they do it, and they're gonna do it again before they do conferences, and they'll do it again as the quarter ends. Just to show that we are consistently monitoring data at different levels.
Yeah, and along the same lines, I think this is a good transition to that board development conversation. So if we're going to do it, one way to do it is through our meetings, right? And how often and what data we want to see. But the other big piece of this is, as we've all been engaged in this board governance, shared governance conversation, engaging our communities to see, okay, out of all these metrics, right, that we're thinking about, what are your priorities as community members? How are you defining and helping us to uphold what student success means to you? So AJ, I think we switched. I think this is a good time to ask you to sort of come up and for us to think about how this gets reflected on our agendas, what steps we need to take in terms of our community engagement process, and then how we codify some of these things, whether that be through our handbook and through upcoming policy considerations.
If I could, just before we get started, I think these are all very good points, and I am appreciative of the information because as we engage with our communities, the more our communities know about the work that's being done, then the better informed they are and the more questions they have, which is better all the way around. And it goes back to the slide that Chris Brown showed us, when you know better, you do better. And that holds true for our communities as well. When they know more about the work being done, then the questions will be aligned with that, and we can better answer their questions. And it also informs our work so that we do better. So it's better all the way around. The more information that we have, the more information that we make available to the public means a better outcome for our students.
Indeed, Diana. You want to reshift us back to the board development piece, AJ?
Yeah, I'll connect the dots on this. So we began this journey because the board expressed a strong desire and intention to focus an increasing quantity of its time on the key work of boards, of figuring out, are we actually driving performance improvements for the students that we serve? That requires a few discrete components. First, you as a board actually have to do the work of being clear about what you say are the outcomes that you want students to accomplish. That work has to happen, and part of our conversation before we finish today needs to be about what does our timeline look like for you all to engage in that work. Absent you being clear as a board, the clear representatives of the vision and values of the community, absent you being clear about what are the outcomes that you say represent the vision of this community, there really isn't any other work to be done. Once the board has made clear what the vision of the community is regarding the outcomes for students, then your efforts shift to figuring out what are the things that we have to change in how we function as a board to center that work in our work as a board. It becomes entirely too easy to sit in these meetings day in and day out for innumerable hours having conversations about what adults are doing that never actually solidify into clarity around have we actually made a tangible difference in the lives of the children we serve, and to what extent has that difference been equitably distributed among the students that we serve rather than centralized, congregated in kind of one corner of our community or the other. And so if the board is not having that conversation, you know, Megan, I heard you a minute ago say, hey, how are schools really engaging in this data? I've got the same question for you. How is the board engaging in this data? That has to become a central obsession of the board. And say, what evidence are we relying on that actually demonstrates to us that we're making a difference in the lives of the students that we choose? Some of that conversation inevitably turns to what are the things that adults are doing, but that must never be a proxy for the board inquiring into what outcome data and what interim data do we have that's aligned to the outcome data that tells us, are we making a difference in reality for students? It's never going to be sufficient to be satisfied with what are the adults doing. You've got to dig into, is it making a difference for our students? But in order to get there, the answer can't be spend twice as much time in board meetings. You all already clearly love each other enough to spend numerous hours in that activity. I would suggest the exact opposite, that it may be that you get more done in less time if you took a strong look at how are we investing our time and how can we actually deploy it in a way that's most aligned with what our students need from us. What that means is that you're going to have to think differently about how do you set your agendas, how do you organize them. You're going to have to think differently about how you calendarize the work of the board. You're going to have to think differently about what we say is board work that deserves to be accomplished during a board meeting versus what do we say is not board work, which doesn't mean that that's data that the board shouldn't have, but simply suggests that that's not things that should be accomplished during a board meeting. The thing that I would suggest to you is that if you want to get intensely focused on student outcomes, you're going to have to make the hard choices that requires. And at the front of the line of those hard choices is a willingness to say we're going to do board work at board meetings, and non-board work, we'll still get that information. There'll still be opportunities for dialogue with the superintendent, but we're just not going to spend all of our board time on that because we want to carve out time to actually dig into a focus on student outcomes. So that's the nature of the work. That's a journey that you all made the decision to start on. Where we are right now in that is that there are a few key operating procedure tweaks that you all want to consider. You've got committees that have been working on these. We've gone through multiple rounds of revisions. You know, the time is to make a decision, you know, proceed or not proceed, you know, but unending deliberation will not get you where you want to be. And so my advising to you this morning is to look at the recommendations that have come back from your committees and the revisions that have taken place, and be prepared to make a decision. Yes, we're going to proceed, and then allow me to work with you as well as your staff to take the next steps, or make the decision that you want to continue in deliberation, that you're not yet ready to proceed, but then let's at least be clear about what the timeline for making a decision is. But your students deserve for you to move forward on this conversation. My challenge to you is let's leave today with some clarity around what does a timeline look like. So that being said, before we dive into the actual reports that have come back from your committees, what questions, comments, or other establishing statements need to be made?
So, AJ, just to reiterate the last point of what you shared, I'd like to see three things from us today. Us make a decision on moving forward with our recommendations regarding our agenda and our board meeting. Ask Dr. Baker to start the implementation of that with a timeline. Second area is to implement our community engagement plan, which is sort of divided into two. Maybe you can provide a deeper part of this, AJ, but in our minds, we've talked about having those community engagement discussions around goals in two ways. One is with our own district spaces, whether those are CAC meetings, PTA meetings, things that our district already hosts. And then in addition to that, two of us at a time visiting community spaces with community organizations and piggybacking on their agendas and having conversations around our goals and vision. So that's the implementation of the community engagement piece, which informs the goal setting that AJ and our superintendent just alluded to. The third is, these are not in order of sequence, just in order of the areas that I'm remembering here, is for us to, as a board, direct our superintendent and executive staff to codify these things in our board handbook. So those things around how to agendize an item, practices and protocols on if we're going to visit schools, what does that look like? Things that we've already put work into, things that you've already provided input, feedback, and revisions on. My expectation is that we agree on what aspects of those we want to move forward on, but in my mind, it's those three areas that I'd like for us to be able to direct our superintendent and executive staff to start implementing those recommendations and codifying those agreements that we've reached here today. Anything you want to add to that, Superintendent?
Just a bit of a comment in regards to your soliloquy about just being more efficient in the board meetings. I think that it is an important piece when we're talking about the ultimate goal of obviously improving student outcomes. I guess the part where I've consistently had questions on is understanding when you're in a place of leadership, knowing the importance of not only accomplishing the goals, but also being successful and having a good bedside manner and showing a level of empathy and connection to the decisions that you're making, which in our board meetings do take up a substantial amount of time. So how do we keep that happy balance of the two, I think is always going to be a tricky conversation, at least for me and maybe for a number of our colleagues as we make some of the tough decisions on how we readjust our communications and our board agendas as a whole.
Yeah, the recommendation that I offer you is to spend at least half of your time on the thing that matters most, are children actually learning. What you do with the other half of your time, that's certainly a decision for the five of you to work out. I submit to you, it probably won't take the entirety of the other half of your time to accomplish the objectives you've just described. So there's plenty of time for whatever you all prioritize. All I'm suggesting is you all need to prioritize and decide how we want to spend that time. Invest half of it in your students and then the other half in whatever else y'all think needs to deserve the focus of your time and energy. But yeah, this is definitely not a recommendation to spend 100% of your time just focus on whether or not students are learning. That's certainly not how I ran my school board meetings. That's certainly not how I would encourage you to run yours.
So not specifically to that, but just to take and talk about the board agenda procedure recommendations. So, and I want to reiterate something that AJ said. So this is something that was made public in the spring, that committees went back and did the subcommittees went back and did your work. You came back and made this public one more time. So what you have in front of you, the Long Beach Board procedure recommendations for agenda redevelopment, comes out of that work. It also comes out of review by legal as well as staff. And so I'm going to submit to you, and thank you, Dr. Benitez, for prompting bringing it back to staff. These recommendations, which I'll just do some highlighting of them, along with the handbook, we are ready at your, your direction to create a transition plan for this agenda, or to redevelop the way we do our agenda, as well as to update our handbook that we published last year. So in terms of public board meetings, and AJ, I welcome you to jump in at any time, what that looks like based on the work of your committees and legal and our staff looking at this is creating a consent agenda, For items that can be voted on all at once, for efficiency's sake, those are typically routine, reoccurring, they're annual renewals, minutes, routine recommendations around policy, or amendments to things like construction bid. There's always an opportunity when you have a consent agenda to pull an item and ask for clarification, but in some ways, it speeds up the process. If there's nothing that a board member wants to ask about, that creates more time than to be talking about student outcomes. The second is you have provided clarification on how to set items on the agenda. And so this document reveals the way board members would, either in a meeting or between meetings, initiate a request for putting an item on the agenda. And it's very specific, and I appreciated the things that may be eligible, things that are typically not eligible, and then how to handle the space in between those things. It also lays out a plan for staff to work towards meeting deadlines around information to board members, requests for questions, so that you have questions answered between receiving an agenda and then coming into the meeting. That creates an efficiency as well. The public can assume that you are studying your agenda, that you're asking questions, and when you come as a governance team to this meeting, you're prepared and you've asked the things that would allow you to take a vote on items that are then on the agenda. So I think it effectively lays out a sequence of interaction between the governance team and staff to have questions answered so that when you do take action, that you have all the information that you need. And then lastly, it creates this space for really talking about student monitoring. And so on behalf of our executive team, I'm prepared at your direction to activate on a transition plan for redesigning the agenda with Dr. Benitez. We'll work closely together, as well as updating the handbook for review.
And I would simply add to that, she makes that sound easy. I would encourage you as a board to have a lot of grace. My experience, it generally takes about 3 to 4 months of iteration before you should expect the administration is just absolutely consistent with such significant practice revisions. Like, there are some major business processes that they will have to move around in order to comply with the things that the committee has come forward with. And so just have grace. I'm excited by the superintendent's enthusiasm for the work, but what she belies is that it is in fact a lot of work that the board is asking of your administration.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. So what I'm going to suggest is this, colleagues. I'd love to hear from each one of us to provide that direction to our superintendent and staff. Mr. Otto. JD, doctor.
Yeah, no, I support this, the work that we've done and the recommendations that we've made. And I've just had a sense that the tough one has been getting materials to the board much slower, I shouldn't say slower, I should probably say faster, than has been done historically. And the reason for that is exactly that. Given my own technical deficiencies from time to time, it takes a lot. I mean, these are all the presentations that we're going to do today and tomorrow. I was able to finally get these done, just printed out to look at last night, late. Now, in the interest of full disclosure, there was a 5-year-old grandkid birthday party that I had to work around. But besides that, there's a lot of information here. Yeah. And not only is there a lot of information, but it's complicated. Chris Brown's report this morning was, I kept thinking I better get in a fetal position here because there's so much stuff going on. And, and the way I learn is I look at it, I step back, I come back, and I know, because I have seen the schedules that everybody has in the administration here trying to put together these things, and I get it completely. And this isn't written into job descriptions. This is just we want to work with you, and we will better work with you, smarter, deeper, if we have the opportunity to look at this stuff ahead of time. And we're not saying, yeah, I'd like this a month in advance. We're just saying enough so that I can get up to speed on it and ask questions and look at other things. We're seeing that in things that we're already discussing about. So I think that the recommendations are reasonable, and both with regard to the board creation, and also including the timing and the eligibility requirements. You know, we can get rid of a lot of stuff. I had experiences on another education board where board members wanted to pull things off the agenda all the time because they thought that if we did consent things that didn't include everything, we weren't being transparent. I personally felt, and I still feel, that oftentimes that's ridiculous. There's public information that's available. You don't have to look at every single check that's signed. You don't have to look at every contract in detail. You don't have to have 1,000-page agendas. And that's not because we're hiding things or wanting to hide things. It's because we want to do the work of the board. And the board work is leadership work. It's work. I'm sorry. It's work that we need the time to create. And so I think we've spent a reasonable amount of time on this. We've kicked it around. We've talked to other people about it. And so with regard to these recommendations, I support them.
Thank you, Board Member Otto. Board Member Craighead.
I have a question on this last page, and there's only 2 bullet points. And on the first line, it says board members will have the following, and 2 has been crossed out. So it would be board members will have the following working days to request items.
So it just is. The revision is board members will have the following working day to request items. So it's just creating
just one day,
the
S is
sequence.
crossed out.
Good catch, Diana.
I see.
Yes.
Not really, because I should have seen the S crossed out. No, I think these proposed changes are good. We obviously have a need to make our meetings more efficient, and I think this is a plan in how we can do that, and also how we can have the information we need, how the information can be public for the community. I would also like to suggest that we maintain some of the things that speak to our culture as a district. I know that in our district, we have loyalty, we have legacy, and so I am hoping that we have built-in time to recognize people, our retirees, our community partners, that type of thing, because that really speaks to the culture of who we are as a school district. Because in order to have these student outcomes, we need people who are passionate, dedicated, and loyal to those students and to the district in order to have those outcomes. So I am hoping that we can provide a space for that to continue on our agendas.
Thank you, Board Member Craighead. And I think that's what we have the other 50% of the agenda to make up our minds about. Board Member Kerr.
Yeah, just a few things. First on these pieces, and then I did have a question when we talk about the timeline of where we want to be in our process of board development. I'll do that one at the end. AJ, I appreciate you saying publicly to ask us to give grace to staff. I am well aware that these are big asks and changes in how some of the work has been done for as long as I have been even a parent in this district, especially around the things like a business report, because there are cycles around that we have operated on, and contracts get approved and bills get paid in a way, and this is asking for a structural change in that to provide us the information to be able to good leaders. So I'm saying publicly that I am aware that this is a huge ask, and I appreciate Superintendent Baker, your willingness to move forward with a transition plan, and I look forward to that potential timeline of, I don't know if we're looking December, November, but progress towards whatever that will look like. The numbers feel appropriate. So I don't know if the public has access to what this document says, but at one point there was a conversation around getting information to board members 14 days in advance, which would basically mean we would leave tomorrow, and then 2 days from now, all those departments would present us with the next set of information for the next meeting. And so I appreciate that it has changed it to 7 working days for staff's sake, because that's a very huge turnaround. I see a little nodding of heads over there, and I won't look up. And the other piece is, for me, is this makes a tight timeline and it gives me instruction on how to ask questions of staff regarding certain items, and not just what did I think of in addition to what I prepared for, but what else did I think of when I came to the meeting to ask. It makes me be more thoughtful in my work, and my commitment is that I will come prepared and I will adhere to this process and ask those questions and not wait until the last minute. That's my admission to staff as an individual, that I will work within these guidelines, because I know it will help us work better together and be more efficient, and not be more efficient because we don't want to be here and we don't like each other, but be more efficient in service to student success. And so really being able to focus. I've had the privilege of being in part of a cohort with Council of Great City Schools kind of on this work, so I've seen a more complex version of, and I've seen kind of 6 months ahead of where we get to go. And while I was confused at the beginning, and AJ can attest to my questioning of some things, I see very clearly how when we start talking about student success and we start monitoring those goals and engaging with staff on those goals every single meeting for a significant amount of time, it will change how we expect to talk about success in this district. And I think it'll be an interesting thing to bring our community along to the changes of tradition in how we do things. But the more I see and get to experience and see sample meetings of other districts that have made this change in the before and after, it's pretty profound. And I look forward to the work, and I thank the committees for doing the work in service to this. Just to speak quickly to the board policy book, I did send this to James Suarez, who is compiling the latest draft, as well as the conversation that we had at our previous board workshop and what those suggestions are. So I know that that is actively being compiled as a draft for us to consider in the future.
Thank you, Board Member Kerr. Mr. Miller.
All right, well, my comments are brief. I think a lot of the stuff that we've outlined here, and at least in the board agenda piece, has been talked about many of times before, and I agree with all of the suggestions here. I think one of the things that was brought up earlier, which I just wanted to piggyback on, was talking about the timing. I think it's really hard to host meetings like this, provide the documentation, knowing that this is a live machine that changes at a moment's notice. And so the part that I understand that I will give grace, and I know that my colleagues will do the same, is knowing that this living, working machine is going to spit out some information from 7 days or 9 days before, and knowing that so many things can change in a week. So often we will come into the meeting and the agendas that have been posted or the information that's been shared on the website will be outdated. And we will know that, and we'll have to take that information and try and be prepared to build upon it, not just from the information that was given, but understanding it in principle and being able to work through that. And so I think that we have to continue to stay focused from a principle based when it comes to the information that's presented, knowing that 7 day, 9 day, 14 day before information will be potentially may have changed by the time that we are going to be speaking about it.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. So I'll summarize what I'm hearing here, Dr. Baker. On behalf of our board, we'd like to ask you to begin work in sort of on the agenda side in the 3 areas, right? The shift to being intentional around the content around in our agendas around student outcomes, at least 50%. Second piece is the time in which we receive materials for our meetings, and the third is the manner in which we agendize items. On the handbook side, it's to take some of those things from the agenda that we need to codify, specifically like how we agendize items, include those in addition to the recommendations that we've agreed to. And then the third piece of this and maybe AJ, you can close us out with this, is to begin the implementation of our community engagement plan. The vast weight of that is on us, right? That we need to be responsive to AJ, start signing up for which meetings can we make. The way that I understood the process is that we need 2 members, right? That we compile the list of community partners that are willing to host us, that we sign up, and in the cases that we have 2 board members, that we start attending those meetings, again, with the goal here of developing our goals around community vision for student success. The second part of that is that we identify which spaces the district is already hosting and use some of those spaces. And then after we finalize that we identify, are there any gaps, right, either geographically or with the populations that we serve, that we may have only had 1 school board member able to attend that meeting, and how we want to reconcile. As an example, if we have not scheduled a meeting with just use an example, one of our Cambodian community groups, all right, and we know that's a stakeholder group that we want to include, that we make some decisions on that. So it's really a 3-step process, formalizing, finalizing those spaces on the district side that we're going to use, finalizing those meetings in the community that we're going to attend and who's going to sign up for which one, and then identifying if we do have any groups geographically, culturally, racially, stakeholder groups in our district, that we include them in our community engagement process. So that would be the third aspect of the plan, Dr. Baker.
Challenge accepted.
So I have a question for AJ, just process-wise. So as we do that work about deciding where to engage and when to engage with community, I know in the past we've talked about what that script would look like, and that we would talk in a uniform way at all of these interactions so that everyone has equal access to sharing the information that we're working on. Who works, I know you're going to say me, not me specifically, but us up here. What does that script look like? Who do we work with on that in consultation with you or Monica around how that goes? Because we haven't done this before.
Yeah. So in terms of next steps, I'll certainly be working with your administration under your guidance to support them in whatever they need as they're beginning to implement some of these changes for how you all conduct business. And so that's something I'll follow up with them about. And I have a high degree of confidence in your superintendent, but to the extent that she needs support, just know that I will, myself and my team will make ourselves available to her. Regarding next steps for you all, I'll also work to update the board's implementation timeline, a document that we started a long time ago. Now, based on this advising, we'll update that and present that back to you as well so that you have a sense of what the scope and sequence of this looks like really out over a 12-month period, so that you have some insight into where all of this is going and on what timeline. To your earlier point, this is not a click a button and it all happens. This is a design intentionally, be thoughtful about it, iterate, with an expectation that 6, 9, 12 months from now, you all have really become masterful in this work. But this is not a, we will have mastered this anytime in the next 3 or 4 months. That's just not realistic. And so building out a timeline that helps identify what that looks like is an important part of the process. So that's a next step that I'll also take on to get back to you. As it relates to your community engagement work, as your board chair indicated, 2 different vectors of this. One is how do we invite in, and the other, how do we go out? What I'll do next is I'll send a communication out to each of you to try to solicit back from you ideas about what you want that engagement to look like. That needs to be authored and designed by you all. I'll simply be a focal point to pull it together and then work in partnership with your administration to fill in any gaps that might be missing. But then what will come back to you all at once for your deliberation is to identify, okay, which of these will we be attending to, and how much time will we as 5 elected board members invest in this. As it relates to the script, I'll be using the exact same approach, that I'll reach out to you individually, gather feedback from you, and then using that feedback, create a rough draft script that then will be submitted back to you once again for your consideration. At some point, then you'll need to say, yes, this is a script we're going to use, and then move forward with that. All of those items will be on this implementation timeline that I've already described. And so the next step for me to you is that building out that implementation timeline. I'll do that in partnership with your superintendent, get that back to you. And then just going through the iteration of accomplishing it. The very next steps are being connecting with you all around who do you want to connect with in your community, and then connecting with you in a second round on what do you want to say to your community when you're connecting with them. And again, the purpose of this is fairly straightforward, like to hear what are the vision and values of our community so that we can codify that into the expectations that we will use to monitor progress for the district. It's the exact same set of goals and metrics that we use to evaluate our superintendent in future years, not this year, but in future years. It's the same goals that you would expect the superintendent's strategic planning to be aligned to. It's the same goals that you'd use to evaluate the budget, that you'd use to evaluate your own effectiveness as a governing body. And so listening to the community to get a sense of what is the community's vision, what's the community's values, is a necessary first step in that direction. The other key source of data that you'll use in the development of that is actual performance data for students to figure out where are they right now and what are the high need, high leverage areas. That's data that will continue to come from your superintendent. And so once you have this community engagement data that again will work and you all will go out and collaboratively listen for and pull for. Once we've got all that, then we'll ask your superintendent to provide an update on where students are, what are high need, high leverage areas, and then it's your job as a team of 5 to really synthesize that into what are the highest priority vision and value of this community that we're going to codify into our expectations for the superintendent. And so again, those are the next steps, but you'll see those visually on the implementation timeline so they have an idea of what's happening. But the key answer to your question is absolutely. It's the 5 of you. We just work to help facilitate that and keep the ball moving on your behalf.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you for your work, Dr. Baker, and thank you for the conversations you and I have had the last few weeks to help us advance this through today. Okay, so we're about 15 minutes behind on our agenda. Do we still want to do a 15-minute break at this point?
Let's do a 10-minute break.
10-minute break?
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
10-minute break. Reconvene. Our next order of business is our school opening update, health and safety. Dr. Brown.
Sharing with you today the plans that we have made, and really today our focus is not to share every detail of our plans, but rather to frame our sharing around questions that we have received from the community. So we framed our presentation today around the big ticket items that we are often asked, and we'll be guiding our talk with you around those questions. So the first, most obvious and most frequently asked question that we are asked is, how will students be kept safe during in-person instruction? And all of these practices are informed by guidance and direction from our state and local health authorities. And these are all also practices that we have used throughout last year, during summer, and as we head into fall, that we have seen to be beneficial. And so I'm going to highlight a couple, but again, won't be spending time talking about each item, just really focusing on some of the items that have been of particular interest or concern. We will be requiring masks for all students and staff indoors. That is a requirement of the California Department of Public Health, as well as our Long Beach Health Department. I know that it is the subject of much conversation. I know that there are a lot of opinions related to mask use. We are often asked to provide the studies that inform the reasons why we're masking. For us, Long Beach Unified School District, it's really more simple than that. We will be using masks indoors because it is what is required of us by our state and local health authorities. So I want to be real clear on what our perspective is. Our perspective is that it is a rule, and therefore we will be moving forward with that as a rule. Another thing that's important to highlight here, and again, this is informed by lessons learned both in spring when we had students in person and in summer when we had students on our campuses. We need to ask that people stay home when they are ill, that they both keep their children home and our staff remain home when they are ill. And I know that that is a big ask, but that is something from a community perspective right now that will really mitigate our concern and heighten our sense of safety if we commit to one another that we will remain home when we are ill. The circumstances that we had during summer related to COVID exposure on campus happened almost exclusively through people coming to campus when they were ill. And so it requires an honor system and a commitment to one another, but that is one of the things that we have learned through supporting 14,000 students during summer that we really need to continue to ask. The other question that we are often asked is, does every COVID-like system mean that I have to test for COVID? And so I want to address that. If a person is ill with symptoms that are consistent with COVID, which could be many different types of illness, including a common cold, allergies, headache, many of the common symptoms that we might feel can be connected to COVID. If a person is ill on our campus to the extent that they are reporting illness to our school nurse or that they are overtly ill with colleagues on the campus, we ask that they go home and that they test for COVID in order to return to campus. And so the expectation is that we have a negative test result that allows the return and that they are asymptomatic, so they've become symptom-free of those concerns. So that I want to highlight that. That's a question that we are often asked. What supplies will be available? And we continue to have a large quantity both of supplies that remain and supplies that we have purchased in preparation for the school year. We are often asked about the types of masks that we have available, both for staff and students. We're also asked if people can bring their own mask. Absolutely. But I want to convey to the community and to you with some talking points that you might call upon, that we have all the supplies that we need to move forward safely, including a variety of different types of masks, face shields. We're often asked about the possibility of using clear masks for students who are either young, for those who have communication challenges, for those that need to be able to view someone's mouth while listening to them. We've explored a number of different types of clear masks. We continue to look for just the right one, but we have a variety of options to choose from, and we encourage people to explore what may work best for them. So another question that we're often asked is, will parents be informed of the symptoms consistent with COVID and be reminded to keep students home? And I've addressed this in part. The thing that I want to add is that at this point, we will not be doing a health screen as a person comes onto campus. And I say at this point because a part of this process has been using the data that is presented to us day by day and making the decision that is the most appropriate decision as we approach August 31st. So currently what we are asking is that people health screen at home to check for the symptoms that are listed here and to not come to campus if they are experiencing any of those, with the addition being that they also should not come to campus if they currently reside with a person who's positive for COVID. So I wanted to highlight that our expectation is that we will continue to health screen at home. However, if we have either higher cause for concern or we're guided to do a health screening on the campus as the person enters the campus, we will make that shift. We will make that shift. Our focus is really that we want to do the preventative measures that are possible, but we don't want to layer in practices that cause getting onto campus to be more challenging than it needs to be. So we're really trying to find that balance between the health and safety practices that we know are preventative and also allowing school to happen in a way that allows students to have a good experience as they're coming onto campus and throughout their school day. We're also asked about parent contact if a child develops symptoms consistent with COVID at school. And again, this is something that I've addressed in part, but if a student were to become ill during the school day, which does happen, we will have our care rooms available. We learned a lot in spring and in summer about how to staff and support those rooms. Student will remain in the care room. Parent will be contacted, asked to pick up the student. Again, if the symptom that the student is experiencing is consistent with COVID, which could be many, we ask that they test before they return to campus, and that they either have a negative test or have become symptom-free. We're also often asked, has the district designated staff to support the varying COVID protocols? And the answer to that is absolutely yes. These are several of the layers of response and preparation that we work with regularly and have been for the better part of 18 months. We have a COVID task force, and that's really a group that brings together professionals who represent different departments and different vantage points. And we use the input of that group to inform what our practices will be, where we need more guidance, and how we can really work to implement the guidance and the direction that we do receive district-wide. We also have COVID coordinators, which help to manage the health and safety guidance that's coming into the district, specifically from the Long Beach Health Department, which is where we take our direction and our lead from. Each of our schools have COVID site response teams, and they have lead captains. So we've used the term COVID captain, and we have a COVID captain at each site. That is the person at the site that is all things knowing of COVID, and they work with everything from the type of PPE that's needed at the site to managing the circumstances around an exposure, the communications that are required therein. So we use those COVID captains to train people at the sites to know that they have the information that they need to act in a health and safety interest on the campus, and then always in consultation with these other groups that I'm mentioning here that can give them guidance at any time. I know for David and myself, that's something that we regularly do. I want to say round the clock, because we want to make sure that we are planning for and acting with the information that we need to guide people in the best and most safe direction. And then lastly, something that we began last year and will be continuing is we have a COVID compliance hotline, and we will be continuing to work with that. So if a staff member or community member is concerned about something that they have observed on our campus, that's an opportunity for them to call in. Can be done anonymously. The thing that we would ask is if someone's calling, we want you to call because we want to know and we want to be able to do something about it. We need to know the site that is affected. We don't need to know the person that's calling, but we want to encourage that so that we have communicated to our community and to our staff that we are actively listening and that we want to engage in conversations. If a practice is noticed that we need to know more about, then we want to have time and take opportunity to do that. I'm going to turn the presentation over to my colleague, Mr. Zaid, and then we welcome any questions that you have once we've moved through the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. And I'll continue with a few more questions. So the next question is, can staff and families view the positive cases confirmed at sites? And here's a snapshot of our dashboard. I want to just share that Dr. Brown and I are presenting today, but the slides represent quite a few departments who are all a part of systems that make this work. And I want to just share a special thanks to our Public Relations Office and our Research Office who work behind the scenes to operate this dashboard. This dashboard makes it transparent to all of our parents and families, and you can not only see our totals, but you can isolate it by school site, and it'll give you exactly the dates that match our notifications. A couple reminders are our dashboard shows positive cases, confirmed cases that are actually on the campus. And I just want to share that our dashboard shows real-time data. So the data that you see in front of you is a snapshot that was taken a couple of days ago. If you were to take a look at it today, you would see 279 employees, you would see 109 students, and you would see 18 vendors, which is a total of 406. That's just the dashboard being updated literally every day. I do want to share that as we start this new year, there will be a dashboard for the 21-22 school year. However, we will archive last year's data so that our community, our family can still go in and see the information from last year. One of the questions that is often asked by our community is what process is in place to manage the COVID-19 exposure. And we just want to share, here is a flow chart, but I want to share that behind this flow chart is some systems that we have in place. And so the first includes knowing about the COVID-19 positive test result of either a student or a staff member. That turns immediately into notifying our COVID response teams who move to the next step, which is the investigation. The investigation includes contact tracing. It includes identifying all of the close contacts. It includes filling out what's called a COVID positive case report. We have one case report for students and one case report for staff. What's important about that case report is it asks a variety of information type questions. It will ask for your name, the date that symptoms began, the date that a test was taken, your estimated return date, any individual who may have been in close contact with you. All of that goes into our COVID positive case report. The moment that that COVID positive case report is submitted, two things happen simultaneously. One, an email is sent to our COVID coordinators, which allow us to then support the site with notification letters. In addition, the individual who is positive receives an email as well that will direct them to supplemental sick leave and benefits that are available for them, that give them direct instruction on steps that they need to take to ensure their health, resources for them, and what they need to submit to the district prior to their return. So that's all a part of what you're seeing behind the scenes in between the investigation and the notification process, followed by notices that go out. A typical question that is going to be asked, and this is new guidance coming out from our state: how long is the quarantine time frame for students? And just want to make sure that everyone is aware of that, because what is new that came out on August 2nd from our California Department of Public Health, what they came out with is what's called a modified quarantine. And so quarantine can either end after the 10th date of the last exposure without testing, as long as the person hasn't had any symptoms, or quarantine can actually end after the 7th day if by after day 5 an individual has taken a test, COVID test, and received a negative. So that's what's called the modified quarantine. And again, this is information that has recently come out that we will be implementing. One, of course, big question has to do with indoor air quality and how are we optimizing that at sites. Our CDC has shared a recommendation of MERV 13 units, and I'm happy to announce that all of our new heating and air conditioning units and systems are being designed with MERV 16s, and those are the most efficient filters that you can commonly find that are available. And for our sites that were not able to accommodate a MERV 13, they received air purification units. And I just want to say a special thank you to the business team because over 1,450 air purification units were sent out to our school sites. And that's great. In addition, one of the questions that has recently come out is there additional information on the vaccine verification for our staff members. And I just want to share that, as you may be aware, on August 11th, Governor Newsom announced the state public health order ordering workers to have vaccination status and to either be fully vaccinated or undergo weekly testing. And so we are looking towards collecting that information from all of our staff members by August 30th, 2021. I want to share that we have sent communication to our employees today, and we're not only sharing how to submit that information, but we've also shared just some of the weekly location schedules. I will ask I'm not sure if our IT team is able to click on just the link there that says weekly location schedules, but right underneath that, and I can share a copy with you, is a vaccine clinic location partnered with the city of Long Beach that literally has 3 free vaccine clinics open every day of the week, literally Monday through Saturday. And so we're sharing this resource with our employees and with all of our families and encouraging them to get themselves vaccinated if they're eligible. The district will also provide a self-administered weekly nasal swab for COVID-19 screening, and there is more information that will be coming forth on that. That concludes some of the most frequently asked questions, and again, we wanted to give you a snapshot to support you in responding to some of the questions that at times come from our community. At this time, we'll open it up and see if there are any questions that Dr. Brown or I can answer for you.
Colleagues? Can I just do one more add-in before we begin the questions? Dr. Benitez, another question that we are asked more often as the days go by, and I just want to call it out because I don't want it to be something that appears to be unmentioned, is are we going to be doing surveillance testing for students? That's something that we're hearing more and more about. You heard Dr. Baker speak about this in the first summer community message that she did. I believe it was at 36 days out, and she said in that message that we are continuing to keep open the conversation around surveillance testing. That is still true.
I want to say to the community, we hear your sentiment. We understand what you're asking for. We are actively working with the health department for their guidance and recommendation on our next steps. We understand and know the case rate and the fact that our numbers are currently growing in Long Beach. And you will be hearing more from us on that as the week goes on. But I didn't want to go forward without acknowledging that I know that's a question of great thought and concern for our community.
I'll go ahead and start the questions. Well, since you mentioned testing, on the last page, on page 7, there's something about a self-administered weekly nasal swab. So is that for teachers as well, and that's for vaccinated teachers and staff, the weekly nasal swab?
So what we're describing is in relation to the recent order that came out, also the communication that was sent out to all of our staff on August 9th from our superintendent. And what that describes is testing for unvaccinated staff members. So it's either submit a verification that you're vaccinated, and if you're not vaccinated, then all the staff who are unvaccinated would, according to our health order, submit a weekly nasal swab screening that will be provided by the district.
And also, if I could, before I finish, before we returned for the spring, we published a COVID guide, and it was pretty comprehensive on, it was probably about this size, I want to say, about all the information, a lot of the information that you've presented today. Do we have an updated version of that guide? And will that be available to the public?
Right, we do have revision of that guide. It's much less substantial than the guide from last year, but we do have a document that we've prepared that goes over the information, much of which we've shared today, and additional information as well.
Yeah, so I had some questions regarding the process here. So I know that once again, like a lot of the things that we're dealing with, we're in an evolving space of learning more about how to manage these protocols and manage this pandemic. All things considered, as we continue to learn, we consistently hear conversations about the incubation period. And so one of the myths or misnomers about this disease is that often you find out that somebody tested positive on Monday, you may have interacted with them on Monday, and so there's this perception that tag I'm it because I was in interaction with them on Monday. Ignoring the importance of one of the things that we're learning from this disease is that there's an incubation period. So when we're talking about and then there's a chance that you might not have even contracted the disease. I want to make sure that I preface that, say that statement as well. But the part that I wanted to make sure that we talk about is when we're talking about the process of the notification from the COVID response team, then the investigation, which is, I'm assuming, very similar to what other organizations would call contact tracing, correct? If you are someone who may be potentially notified during the contact tracing process, what is our protocols around understanding the incubation period and when we would have somebody retested?
Yeah, so what you're referring to is if someone recertification that they were a direct exposure, right? So in that situation, we either are going to have someone who's a direct exposure who is vaccinated or someone who's a direct exposure who is unvaccinated. A direct exposure of someone who is vaccinated individuals are not required to quarantine. That's the current guidance. But unvaccinated individuals are required to quarantine, and they're required to quarantine for 10 days. The incubation period that you're referring to, we encourage individuals, and I would say human nature is I received the letter, I'm going to attest this evening. But the reality is if you test that evening, the moment you receive the notice, the results will not be as accurate. And so the guidance is that you, after you receive an exposure, that you test between the 3rd and 5th day. And so for the best accuracy, the test is between the 3rd and 5th day, which is why you see that on the modified quarantine. The modified quarantine is that you have to test on or after the 5th day. And then if you get a negative result, then you can return after the 7th day. And it speaks to that incubation period that you're referring to.
Thank you.
Ms. Kerr, did you have a question?
And a clarification. Dr. Brown, I want to thank you for being really clear at the opening around specifically the mask policy, that we will not be defying the health order as done by the California Department of Health and the Long Beach Health Department. We're not. We're not going to defy that order. The mask mandate stays because we're following health orders. So for anyone who is concerned that that isn't happening, that somehow that policy of ours will change, you're very clear. Our policy on a student and staff wearing masks is not going to change, correct?
That's correct, and I wanted to address that sentiment specifically because we are often, in fact, I have emails right now from community members who are writing and saying, provide the studies, provide the evidence that says that masks are positive. That is separate of the work that we are doing. What we are doing is we are following the guidance of the authorities who give direction to us on this topic. So opinions aside, where we are is that we will be requiring masks for staff and students. And we will do that until the state or local health department tell us to do otherwise.
And then, one more. And then the second thing I wanted to point out, the idea of not coming to school if you're ill. And I know, because I had one of those kids who had perfect attendance, you know, for a couple of years of school, and we reward that. We do. We call it out, we celebrate it, and understanding that probably over the time, and I was probably guilty of it too, of sending a kid who was under the weather to school. And that especially at this time, for the sake of all of us, as families and caregivers, we have to take responsibility that if someone is feeling slightly under the weather, sending them into a public space isn't helpful to our school communities. And so I want to thank you for calling that out, but also say, I know as a parent, and I also know that for some families, it's around their child, it's a childcare situation, and that's an additional hardship. And making the call of, is a sniffle or one cough something that will cost me being able to go to work that day. So I am not without empathy for that is an issue. So I think as a community, we figure out how to support families in making sure that kids don't come to school when they're not feeling well, or staff members. And Mr. Zaid, just a clarification on the slide around the dashboard. So you clarified that this is cases on campus.
Right.
So we know in Long Beach, we all kind of know each other, and we hear somebody might be sick, and we know that they attend that school. But this is a confirmed case on campus. So even if we know someone is ill, they may not have been on a campus, therefore it might not be reported in the data. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Just 3 questions for me. One of them is related to the last question that Board Member Kerr just asked. So if at this time we are not requiring testing of students, how would our district be made aware or what are we doing to communicate if a student does test positive that has either been to a campus or has been sent home, and then how would we find out that they've tested positive?
So I want to thank what our school nurses have done already, because they had an inundation in this work during summer school, and that is that if a student is sick on campus, either because they have been sent away from campus because they're ill, or because the parent has called to indicate they won't be coming because they're ill, there's a conversation that happens around their symptoms. And we are going to be asking people who have symptoms of COVID to test for COVID. We will be closely monitoring their results and asking for them to share with us what those test results indicate. And that's where I want to acknowledge our nurses, because they do a lot of follow-up in gathering that information from families. Once we know that a student has tested positive, we do the contact tracing that David has described, provided they have been on campus, to make sure that we've done the appropriate notifications and quarantine if necessary. And then we work with the family or the staff member, as the case may be, to monitor their return to school when that is safe for them to do so.
Thank you. A follow-up to that, Dr. Brown. What considerations are we what are we considering, I should ask, in terms of any outdoor masking considerations and or social distancing, given that we're, students will be inside with masks, and then I've had questions asked on, okay, are we considering, at what point do we consider any outdoor either masking and or social distancing, particularly at elementary schools?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I know that's something that has come up, and we continue to follow the direction and the guidance of the state and local health department. And that's important because right now their guidance does not indicate that masking is required outdoors, regardless of vaccination status. That is the guide that we will be moving forward with. Certainly any person can choose to wear their mask anytime they want, but we will not be requiring it outdoors, specifically because of the medical information that says that people are less at risk, less risky for exposure when they are outdoors and expelling outdoors. So we'll continue to monitor that guidance, but we do want to be really clear that we work with the guidance that we receive, and we don't want to put restrictions or measures on top of that guidance. So at any time, somebody can, for their own comfort, choose to wear a mask outdoors, but at this time we are not requiring that, and it's specifically because the state and local health authority have not required it in their guidance.
Understood. And then the last question is around the communications piece. So again, second day on the job here, Justin. Can we talk a little bit about, and I'll use the example in one of the slides, that parents will be reminded of us encouraging at-home screenings. So can you talk a little bit about our strategy in terms of what information regarding any COVID protocols, health-related information is disseminating from our district versus what should parents be expecting from their schools? So I'll use my elementary school student. I haven't received anything from the school yet. I know that we're just returning, but school's 2 weeks away, right? So where should I be getting information as a parent regarding this information here, school site specific information? Just what's our strategy with that?
Thanks for the question. So we've had a district message that Dr. Baker has been sharing every Monday for the last few weeks. And we have continued to, from a district lens, push out information around the practices that we're describing today. I think what we're going to see in the next couple of weeks, and especially on Friday as our school offices open, our staff returns to campus, we'll begin to see more messaging directly from schools to families. So families who are anticipating that can know that we have not forgotten, our offices are not open yet, and as soon as they're open, you can expect to hear from the school site leadership and the messaging around what the actual expectations, not that the expectations per site will be different, but the way that they play out, the drop-off, the pickup, et cetera. Those are all very specific to schools. We want our school administrators and our school staffs to communicate that exactly for the school that they're referring to. So that will be coming shortly. And I want to address the timing, because I know that in people's worry and fear about the circumstances that are happening right now, there's an added level of agitation that happens because why aren't you telling us anything? We have been intentional in waiting on some of these things. The guidance changes so regularly, sometimes day to day, that we want to make sure that at the closest point to the beginning of school, we've communicated the most current information. And so I want to address that, and I want to really acknowledge that I'm sorry for those who want more sooner than we have provided it. We're being intentional in waiting so that we can give the most accurate expectation right up to the day that school is beginning.
Mr. Otto, I think you.
Yeah, I was a little confused on the ventilation question. I know what the goal is, and it's my understanding that with the new air conditioning systems that have been installed, we meet those goals. But there are a number of schools that don't have new systems, or they're in process, or whatever. And we've delivered air purification units to those schools. Are there schools that have neither? In other words, are there any schools that don't have some approach to that?
No, we did an analysis of every classroom in the district.
Good.
And for those classrooms that did not have the MERV 16 filters, or at least a MERV 13, we installed those air purification units.
Okay. So all classrooms have them?
At
have
least
some?
MERV, yes.
Okay, good. And I keep thinking I understand what the testing is, but at this point, we're testing. What is the testing that is required, and how often?
If you're referring to unvaccinated staff?
Yes.
So it will be weekly asymptomatic screening or testing that will occur each week for unvaccinated staff members.
And no testing for vaccinated staff?
And no testing for vaccinated staff.
Okay. And are we doing anything with regard to social distancing?
Again, social distancing is not currently required. However, what we are communicating is that we will be asking staff to use the space that is available and accommodate the number of students. For example, if there are 24 students in a classroom, then we are asking that those students be spread out as far apart as possible to accommodate the number of students in that class. If there are 30 plus students in the classroom, we're asking the same thing, recognizing that the students will be in closer proximity to one another. But currently, right now, from the state and local guidance, there is no requirement around distancing. We will work to space students out as much as possible indoors.
Okay. And are we saying anything about the use of outdoor space? We live in a great space that has I'm thinking of lunch times, I'm thinking of recesses and things like that. Are we saying anything at all about the smart use of any social distancing at all in outdoor space?
We encourage outdoor space to be used as much as possible. We will be having recess, nutrition, lunch as we have in the past. And then in terms of instruction, and this will be somewhat specific school by school based on the type of space that they have, we encourage teachers to go outside as their instruction allows for. So that's not something that we're requiring, but we're saying as much as possible, feel free to use an outdoor space.
Okay. And then lastly, the question about independent study and how that's working and how we're going to do it. And I've gotten a number of calls and emails about the idea of what's going to happen. And I think, as I said at the very beginning, I'm very sensitive to the fact that you've got to administer the district and make full use of your employees. But how is the independent study, school of choice, all those issues coming out?
That may be a wonderful segue, Mr. Otto. I don't know, Dr. Benitez, if other board members had questions, but we are going to have a next segment around independent study, Mr. Otto, that will address your question.
Great. Okay.
We have one more question from Board Member Kerr, and then I have a broad question for either Dr. Baker or you, Dr. Brown, and I think we can transition over to the next part.
I got a question as well.
Okay, so we'll go Megan, Eric, and then I'll close this out.
Dr. Brown, just to elaborate in terms of space in a classroom, I know when students return to school in March that excess furniture, bulkier items, different parts of classrooms in terms of beanbags and couches and those kinds of things that used to typically be in classrooms were removed to allow for extra space. Is that the case? Are our classrooms still in that space where there isn't a lot of unnecessary or extra furniture?
What we've communicated is that people are our priority inside the classroom. So having as much space as possible for students to be present. So we're asking that those large items not return.
Okay. And then just to follow up on your point about timing, I do want to clarify that I did not send a potentially unwell child to school during a pandemic. He's 25. That was a long time ago. So in case anybody catches that and they think I did that, I did not do that in a pandemic. In terms of the timing and the grasping of information, we're back in that stage where, because it's moving quickly, I know I'm anxious and keeping track of what the latest things are as I send a kid off to college again, and what is that going to look like. We know that many districts have already started, including LAUSD started yesterday. So they may have more concrete information to their to their students and families because they started yesterday, and districts that started last week. And I know both locally and nationally, districts like ours, we have 2 weeks, and that's a lot of time in COVID time. I think we learned that over the last 18 months. So we're watching and learning. I assume you are in contact with other districts that have learned some lessons in their first week or two of being back in instruction, and that will adjust accordingly to lessons learned.
We benefit from all those who go before us, and we freely share when we go first. So yes, absolutely.
Well, one of the things that I just wanted to follow up on, because I brought up the question about the counting process. I've actually been a part of it a little bit myself, but when it comes to this pandemic, I think that it's important that we first recognize that over the past 19 months, we have or will interact with somebody who's going to be ill and or is vulnerable. So it's important for us to continue to stay diligent. That is the utmost of importance. With that said, knowing that there is always going to be the potential of that interaction, the process and procedures that we've talked about here today are going to help mitigate some of the situations that could be created. Contact tracing is one of them. And the contact tracing process, which once again is an imperfect process, one of the things that I was interested in from the district standpoint, because there's a lot of people who have not had to be a part of the contact tracing process. Most of the time it's for people that have tested positive. But with that said, when we do, at least I'm speaking from a personal perspective, when I've seen the contact tracing process conducted, it talks about a lapse of time that you have interacted with the world to a certain extent. I was curious if you can elaborate on what that time span was, and then how do we confirm the accuracy? I know that there were previous contact tracing processes that allowed the person who tested positive to confirm their actions over a certain duration of time, and once again, informing the community that this is an imperfect process. There's going to be situations where there could be a one-to-one interaction that may not be captured, and or a space that was interacted with that folks weren't aware of, that you interacted with, and you may not be informed. So if you could just speak to those two things. One, talking about the lapse of time that we spend on the contact tracing process, and second, talking about how the actual contact tracing, who's the actual informer of the contact tracing process?
Sure.
So thank you for the question. I'll just say that each situation is a little complex, and so that's one of the reasons why we asked for all of the essential information. When did symptoms actually begin? When did you actually test? When did you get results? Because what we will do is, from the date that you were there, we will begin contact tracing 2 days prior to that, depending on when symptoms actually started or when you got your results. Okay. And so our COVID captains go through a series of questions. And so some of those questions go from a time frame by time frame, understanding who you may have been around, where your interactions were, where you would have been seating, and then also remembering how did you spend your breaks? How did you spend your lunch? Did you eat with someone? Did you ride in the car with someone? So those are all of the things that we take into consideration and ask when trying to get a detailed idea of how someone may have spent their day. Once we have that information, then we're also able to confirm that information with their immediate supervisor to gather some additional input on, I'll just say, corroborating the facts that were given to us. And then that allows us to identify those individuals who would be considered close contacts. So that's the way that will work. As we start the year, it's important, I'll just say out loud, it's important for even in the classroom for there to be assigned seats and seating charts and having an idea of where individuals are sitting, because all of that supports, if you had to contact trace, it supports those facts.
Right. Thank you. Once again, like I said, I've participated in contact tracing a little bit here, so I think that it's once again just really important that we share with the public the difficulties of tracking every interaction, but obviously it's clear that the district's using the best practices.
Oh, absolutely, and the last thing that I'll share is similar to last year. We supported our sites with a variety of posters, and so those are being sent to our sites as well, and so parents will be able to see that, our students will be able to see that, and that not only includes posters on masking, it not only includes posters on the symptoms that we want to make sure if you're exhibiting any of these, you stay at home, but it also talks about just that preventative care. And I think one of the things that we have to remind individuals of is to, still engage in hand washing, to still be vigilant around all of the preventative steps that protect our health.
Thank you.
Dr. Brown, and I'll close this out before we go to lunch recess. I'll direct it to you, but Dr. Baker, please feel free to chime in. And I feel comfortable, Dr. Brown, because you do a really good job of speaking to very challenging issues that we're faced. So I had a chance last week to say a few words with new certificated employees that are joining our district and are starting off this new year with us. And I shared about the importance of compassion and empathy and grace and respect, and us adults modeling for the thousands of students, many of whom this will be their first time on our campus in person in 2 years. We heard some very passionate parents this morning, public comment, talk about, on some level their dissatisfaction with whether it be a webinar or communications or the information that we're provided. Given what you just shared about us intentionally and strategically holding off, right, so that we're not on a day-to-day basis changing our communications or having to pivot, can you share some perspective, Dr. Brown, to that parent or those parents or those caregivers at home right now that are worried, unsure? They have a 12 and under student that is unable to get vaccinated, and again, not sure when that's going to happen, for whatever reason, didn't get their answers, haven't been able to get their questions answered, and they're really trying to figure out what am I going to do in 2 weeks, right? Can you just, big stroke here, I'm not asking you to solve the world's problems, Dr. Brown, but what can we share with a parent that may be watching this, or that someone said, turn it on, they're talking about what it's going to look like in 2 weeks, that has concerns about the health and safety of their student, particularly those under 12 right now, given that there's so much uncertainty still, so many things changing, and that our district is trying to do their very best, right, to address these things. So I'll let you close this out, Dr. Brown. What will we say to parents right now that are sharing these concerns with us?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. What we want to say is we respect you. We respect the way you feel. We respect the decision-making that our parents have for their own children. And we are preparing our schools to be safe for a full in-person student return. We've described the measures that we are taking to work to ensure that safety. And we've learned from the experience that we had in the spring and in the summer. And in the spring, we planned for a host of circumstances that did not happen. Our case rate became very low at that time. We saw that during the summer, we continued to learn some things, and as we enter into fall, if we can work together, if we can vaccinate as many students as can be vaccinated and staff, if we commit to mask wearing, if we commit to all the hygiene practices that we know, we are going to be in a safe situation in our schools. And so I realize that in saying that, we are asking for some community trust in a time that has been very challenging to have trust. But the message that we want to convey is we respect all of the opinions that are being expressed right now, and we will be prepared for in-person instruction as we move forward on August 31st.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Anything to add, Dr. Baker?
No, I think that was just well stated. I also just think about the juncture last spring between not our schools being closed for in-person instruction and students returning, and how much ease there was once the schools were open. And so, as you've heard Dr. Brown and Mr. Zaid share, on Friday, our school offices open. I believe that when parents have that personal connection in their community and they can interact with school staff, they can remember the protocols that were specific to their school, following district protocols, that will ease some of the tension that they feel with district information coming, but not super specific to their school. And so I'll just reiterate, school offices are getting ready for the community, their classrooms are getting ready, and that sense of community that comes from being connected to a school building, I believe, is going to have a positive impact on what comes next.
Thank you. Thank you both for the presentation. So we're scheduled for a recess here, reconvening at 12:30, I believe. Okay, so we'll pause for recess. Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. I promised Dr. Baker that I would do my best to keep us on time today, so I'm about 90 seconds behind here, Dr. Baker. So we are going to move on to our next item of business. We are scheduled to have, what is our next item of business?
Yes, our next item is independent
yes.
study.
Thank you.
Yes. And I want to welcome the team who's here to make the presentation about Beach TK-12 independent study. I believe that Mr. Samuels, are you kicking off today, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, welcome. Mr. Samuels, can you also introduce Laura before we get started, and Dr. Sosa Valderrama?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Edward Samuels. I'm the Director of High Schools. Joining me will be Ms. Laura Martin, the principal of our Beach TK-12 Independent Study School. Also joining with me this morning, or this afternoon rather, will be Dr. Claudia Sosa Valderrama, Director of Student Support Services. And we will also have a few questions answered by Dr. Aaron Simon, who is the Assistant Superintendent of School Support Services. So first of all, I just would like to acknowledge Board President Dr. Benitez, board members, Superintendent Dr. Baker, our exec staff, and our entire LBUSD community. We're here today to share a little bit about the Beach TK-12 Independent Study School program. Many of us are extremely excited. I mean, it's so exciting to know that 2 weeks from today, we will welcome students back onto our campuses. For the first time in over 18 months, we're going to see 69,000 students, approximately 69,000 students, coming back to in-person instruction. But we do recognize that there's great concern, valid concerns about the Delta variant. And as a district, we do have an independent study option that we are offering to families. During this brief overview that we have with you this afternoon, we are going to discuss the independent study option. We're going to start off by talking a little bit about what is independent study, the new independent study legislation that was passed just over a month ago, the profile of an independent study student, responsibilities of parent and guardians, the instructional time, parent considerations, next steps for enrollment, and then the top 15 most asked questions from our Google survey that we shared with families. So first of all, what is independent study? Well, independent study is an optional alternative instructional strategy for K-12, TK through 12 students whose families desire a flexible, individualized learning plan where the parent or guardian serves as the student's coach and or monitor. The independent study option is different from the distance learning that our district provided last year. Students are going to receive instruction for part of the day with a certificated teacher, but most of the day will be spent working independently with the support and the coaching from a parent, guardian, or caregiver. Certificated teachers will provide students with grade level content, grade level curriculum, learning materials that's available to all of our LBUSD students across the district. Each week, students will work on those assignments, and they will have a designated time in which to complete those assignments as their teacher is monitoring their progress on a weekly basis. Students in transitional kindergarten, all the way through 12th grade, are eligible for independent study. And this is the first time we're able to bring in the elementary students into independent study. Normally it's a high school program. And independent study students will receive the same standards-based content as students in in-person instruction. And we wanted to make sure that that's clear because that's required in the law, that is standards-based and it's is what we're providing on all of our campuses, including our high school students who will receive courses that satisfy the A through G requirements and, of course, our graduation requirements. It's very important to note that since students will be spending most of their time working independently, that parents and guardians play a very important role. It's very important that parents are able or to provide support for a student in the home in which they're coaching that student, monitoring that student's instruction, encouraging that student, making sure that that student is completing all of the assignments that was prescribed by the teacher. We also want to specify that this is a voluntary program. As a district, we're not allowed to place students in independent study unless it's a request that comes from the family. And so we want to make sure that that's very clear, especially you know, at our school sites as well. The law that allowed us to have distance learning last year officially expired on June 30th. And it was replaced by a new law, which is known as AB 130, which is now allowing us to offer independent study. And so we're going to ask Dr. Claudia Sosa Valderrama to come and talk more about AB 130, the new law that we're abiding by.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so the new legislation that was passed July 9th is actually a modification of existing law, which Mr. Samuels referred back to as the independent study, with a program that we already had on our district. So this new legislation made changes to that existing law, and it affects any program operating in independent study, including our previously used independent study. So the rules for that program have also changed. And basically what that AB 130 has changed is they have put in a requirement for school districts to offer independent study for any parent who's concerned about their students' health, if they believe that their health would be put at risk by coming to in-person instruction. So it's an option that we have to offer, but it is an option. For school districts who cannot operate their own program for independent study, then they are able to contract with their county offices of education. So in Long Beach, we're going to be doing our own independent study program. In that law, also, there were additional requirements as to the quality of instruction that is provided, and also some very specific rules about the time before we had the opportunity to have less instructional minutes last year when we had either online or that hybrid services that we were providing, and we had reduced number of instructional minutes. We no longer have a waiver for those instructional minutes. We have to meet the same number of instructional minutes as we would for in-person instruction. And there are some very specific guidelines on, depending on the age range and the grade level, of the number of synchronous and instructional time, as well as asynchronous instructional time, and live interaction is also required. So one of the things that we have to do according to AB 130 is notify parents of their rights to enroll their student in either in-person or in distance learning, or not in distance learning, excuse me, in independent study. They did say it is not distance learning, it is independent study. When parents do make that request, then we have to have a meeting with the parent to talk to them about what independent study is, the options that they have, and letting them know that it is an optional program and that it's a program that is not for all students. So all students won't be successful in independent study. Some students need a lot more supports, and that includes the support of a teacher every day. And so we have to notify the parents of that as well. We also have to let them know what the procedures are going to be, what the requirements are for them to stay in independent study, which include making satisfactory academic progress. So once that meeting is held, we have 30 days to have a written agreement signed by the parent where all of the stipulations of participating in independent study are shared, and everybody involved has to sign. So that would include the student, the parent, the teacher of record, and it could also include a counselor and or an administrator. There is one exemption for students who can automatically go into independent study. Actually, two. Students with disabilities, there is specific ed code that says that they cannot be enrolled in independent study unless it is specifically stated in their IEP. The same applies for students with 504s. So if a student has a 504 plan, if they have a disability, there has to be a meeting before it's determined if they are able to be in independent study and if their their needs or their accommodations are able to be met through independent study. If they are not, then they wouldn't be candidates for the independent study program. And the way that Dr. Heenan put it, if a student was able to work independently, they probably wouldn't need special education or accommodations. So for the most part, we don't anticipate that there's going to be many students in independent study who also have IEPs or 504s, but it is something that we have to consider, and we do have to have a meeting to determine if that is an appropriate placement or not. So we talked a little bit about what kind of student is an ideal student to be in independent study. And so the student who is in independent study is pretty much a self-sufficient student, right? They have really good time management skills. They are organized. They have the self-discipline and motivation to get all of their assignments done without having to have an adult prompt them or give them very specific directions. They have to have an adult who's able to monitor them to complete their work. So somebody has to be home with them. Last year we saw a lot of students staying home because they were caring for other siblings. This is not an ideal situation for a student in independent study because they will have to have, time to do their own work. The amount of time that they spend is going to be similar to what they would spend in a classroom. So the work that they're going to have is going to require them to dedicate time to do that. A student also in independent study has to be willing to ask a teacher or a parent for help. They have to have the ability to read instructions and information from a teacher who's not there or immediately available to give them support. And of course, they have to be willing to participate in all of the required activities regularly. So this year, independent study is very structured, right? There is some requirements for interaction regularly. So it's not like they could leave all of the work to the weekend and then they're free the whole week. It can't work that way. And there's also responsibilities for parents in independent study. So last year we saw that a lot of parents went back to work and their students stayed, and there was really not a lot of involvement. But we are saying that if a parent is sending their students to independent study, there are some responsibilities that they will also have, and that will be part of the agreement that they sign. So that they're going to provide a positive environment free of distractions, provide a designated workspace, establish a schedule for completing all coursework. They have to be available to teach or coach and support their student every day, help students submit their assignments every day, communicate with their teachers or their school, monitor their attendance and participation, and assist to meet all of the requirements of independent study as required by the Ed Code. So everything that is in that written agreement, the parents are basically agreeing that they're going to be available to do that as well. So these are some of the terms used in AB 130. And specifically, you'll see that there's mention of synchronous instruction, which we're familiar with, and that's when the student is in the classroom with the teacher synchronously online. And also there is asynchronous instruction, and this is the independent work that they're doing. And the new term is live interaction. So I'll go over those with you in just a few moments, but notice that the requirements are by grade level So grades TK through third grade have to have daily synchronous instruction for all students. The amount of time of synchronous instruction is not prescribed, right? That's up to us, as long as there is a combination of synchronous instruction and asynchronous instruction that make up the minimum required of instructional minutes. For grades 4 through 8, there has to be a combination of both daily live interaction and at least weekly synchronous instruction. And for high school, we have to have at least weekly synchronous instruction. So at least once a week, there has to be a class together with the teacher and the students. So as I mentioned, synchronous instruction we're familiar with, and asynchronous. The live interaction is that new term. And that does not have to be with the teacher and the student. It could be with anybody from the school. It could be a classified or certificated staff. And basically, it's a wellness check. It's for the purposes of maintaining connectedness to the school. So there's various types of activities that happen during live interaction. It could include wellness checks, progress monitoring, making sure the students know that the resources that they have available, that they have the contact information for their teacher or for the office, a place maybe to do some questions if they have any questions about their participation. And that, again, happens depending on the grade level at various times. So, as I mentioned, that was what was required by law. Ms. Laura Martin will be going through what instructional time will look like in our Long Beach Unified School District Independent Study. And I will turn it over to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to thank our level offices for working with us so closely to define and outline this sample schedule that you see on the screen right now and on your slide deck before you. This sample before you is for our grades TK through 5, so our elementary school students. And we took the guidelines from the legislation that you just heard from Dr. Claudia Sosa Valderrama, and we went a little bit above the minimum standards that you heard her discussing. So again, there are the 3 types of instruction: daily live interaction, and this for our grades TK through 5 does occur every single day. Then in the blue is asynchronous learning. Students in elementary school are going to receive 60 minutes of synchronous instruction each day of the week. And the last part of instructional formatting is the asynchronous learning, and looking at the minutes that are outlined for our school year. This could be anywhere between about 2.5 hours up to 5 hours a day with the student and their caregiver. So again, this is a sample for our elementary school, and let me go to the next slide, which is a sample for our grades 6 through 12. There is one difference between middle school and our high school students, and that is the daily live interaction. Middle school students in grades 6 through 8, this is a requirement every day, but it is not a requirement for our high school students. So that's the one difference on this slide here. Again, we see that synchronous learning that happens each day in this sample. And what you'll notice with the wording is that it says at least 30 minutes with teacher of record. And for example, on Monday, it says period 1. One other example could be maybe Monday, the student will meet with a math teacher. Tuesday might be the English language arts and so on. So we're anticipating students are meeting daily with a different teacher of record for a minimum of 30 minutes. And then again, we have that asynchronous learning time with the child and their caregiver, and this may range anywhere between 4 and 6 hours a day. So with that, we had come across some things for parents to consider. One of the first considerations we thought would be really important to share with our families considering independent study is, what if a student is not turning in assignments or making educational progress? And according to our Ed Code, an evaluation will be conducted to determine whether a student's best interest is to remain in the independent study program. If a student is failing to make satisfactory progress or complete assignments, this evaluation meeting will occur, And if it is determined that a student is not successfully completing the program, the decision can be made to return the student to a school site. And in that case, the level offices in the district will make every chance we can to make sure the student returns to their original school placement, although we cannot guarantee that. Another thing for parents to consider is that students might want to meet with their teacher in person or just outside of their synchronous learning time. What we've built into our program are monthly student in-person check-ins with their supervising teacher to build those wellness checks and just for, progress monitoring. One other consideration is about extracurricular activities. Will independent study students have access to extracurricular activities? And the answer for that is no, they will not. So now, what if a family is interested in enrolling their student in independent study? So the first thing we're asking families to do beginning this Friday, August 20th, is to meet with their current school counselor or administrator. At that time, the counselor or administrator will review the student profile that Claudia outlined earlier and determine if this is a good fit for their child. There is a referral form that the counselor or administrator will complete. And there's a note on the slide, students with IEPs or 504 plans must have an IEP meeting prior to enrollment. Once the referral form is completed, the Beach staff will be notified and will notify families and schedule a parent-pupil educator meeting to review the master agreement. And once that master agreement is signed, that is when the student will be disenrolled from their current school and enroll as a Beach student. And right now, I'm going to turn it back over to Ed, who's going to lead us through some Q&A. Thank you.
As you know, last night we had a webinar, and prior to that webinar, we had 2,200 questions submitted. I decided to check the questions early this morning, and we're up to 2,800 questions that were submitted. As early as this morning, questions were still being submitted for us to answer. The good news is that as we analyzed those questions, we were able to determine that many questions were similar. And so there are what I'm terming as the most requested topic. So we had 15 top most asked questions out of the 2,800. And in the interest of time, what we would like to do is answer some of those questions. And I believe what we can do is go through each one. It's going to require us to pop up and down if that's okay. But I know we had 30 minutes and we are 5 minutes away. So I don't want to go beyond our time, but I do want to answer any questions that are in that group of 15.
Mr. Samuels, are
Yes,
these
sir.
the same 15 that were addressed at the webinar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if for whatever reason we don't get through the 15 today, we can refer folks to the webinar?
Yes, yes.
And you actually have until 1:15 when we'll take a break.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, then we'll go in order of the questions. So we're gonna have the team come on up and be prepared to answer your question because they're in order from the webinar. And so the first question was, if I need to meet with Beach staff administration in person, where will the Beach site be located? And that site will be near Cabrillo High School, 2153 West Hill Street. We're currently calling it the former Long Beach School for Adults site, which was the former Reed High School site. And so that's where that site will be located, and the
Dr.
staff
Baker?
will be located.
Can I make one suggestion? Because if we go up to the 1:15 hour, we won't have time for questions. So can I suggest that if we have questions that are not part of the 15, that maybe we can ask those, give give our board a chance to ask some questions. And then again, if they're already part of these questions, that we can refer. I would hate for us to go up to 1:15 and then not leave us any time for questions.
And Dr. Benitez, thank you for offering that. And I'm just wondering if it would be allowable, or if you want just the board to ask any questions that you have of independent study, instead of going through the questions that we have prescribed.
Right. So why don't we do this, Dr. Simon? Give us a minute to go through these questions so that we don't ask the same question that may be part of the top 15. And then I would open it up for my colleagues then
Sure.
to ask some
Okay.
questions.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. There's a game tonight. So colleagues, just go ahead and unmute yourselves and ask away.
Okay, just two quick ones. If Mr. Samuels, you could finish just that piece. So Cabrillo High School and the former Beach High School site were the two places where folks would be in person. And that the question that follows up is, so you're talking about, you know, teachers and or certificated staff. Those are Long Beach Unified teachers as well as Long Beach certificated staff, if you could clarify that.
For the beach staff, the Beach Independent Study site, that will be on Hill Street, where Long Beach School for Adults is currently moving out. It actually was the Reed site before Long Beach School for Adults moved there. And so just for those who may not know, the Long Beach School for Adults has been there for 2 years. That was the former Reed site before they moved to Willow. But it's on Hill Street, 2153 West Hill Street, right next door to Cabrillo High School. And that's where the staff for Beach will be located. Did I get that?
And the second part of clarifying if they are LBUSD, I think, Mr. Zaid, were you going to take that part?
Yes, so the staff will be Long Beach Unified teachers. We are starting the site with 10 teachers, and we will be adding to that as the registration and enrollment comes in.
We heard this question during public comment, so maybe you can provide some clarification here. One of the questions that were listed here is, my student is in GATE. What does it look like for them in independent study?
Do you want an assigned person to take that, or you want me to take it? I'm the one. So for students who are GATE identified, there will not be a GATE program at the Independent Study School, but teachers will provide differentiated instruction and differentiated curriculum. If you're familiar with what the GATE program has taught over the years, learning can be accelerated. The product can be differentiated, you know, so you can differentiate the product, the process, or the content. And so that's what our teachers will do for all kids who are GATE identified. So for example, if 2 kids are in 3rd grade at Beach, more than likely the kid who is GATE identified will receive differentiated curriculum or instruction or a process. Yes.
So that's for middle and elementary school kids, but if the students are in high school and they would like to take AP classes, there are 13 AP classes that they can take through the APEX program that will be available to all of the students enrolled in independent study.
Got it. I did have one more question, and I promise you I'm done.
Take your time.
I can imagine kids from my district in particular who aren't going to be very successful from doing online learning. We saw a number of those deficiencies, especially in some of our communities of color. But one of the things that I know has always been beneficial is having one-to-one mentorship and or the ability to meet with teachers on a drop-in basis. I saw this question here, wanted to follow up and get some more guidance on there. Can a student meet with their teacher on a drop-in basis, even if they're in independent study?
Yes, and we'll have our principal come and take that one.
Thank you. Great question. So our students will be able to access their teachers with questions through email, at any time. However, if they feel and the family feels they need to meet with their teacher, we'll have some scheduled time in our teacher's schedule to make those meetings happen, or via Zoom also, which might be easier for families. But yeah, students will have access to their teachers at all times.
Have we considered standardizing that drop-in time?
So one model we were looking at is having a standardized kind of office hours in the afternoons, and depending on enrollment and our staffing, putting the whole master schedule together will determine if that's possible, but that is one consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have a couple of questions. Also from our public comment this morning about IEPs, it sounds like there's going to be a very compressed timeline as far as those families with students needing or already having IEPs to meet with somebody in order to determine enrollment. What's our plan for that?
Well, thank you, Madam Craig-Kidd. Let me just express this. I think number one, let me just impress upon everyone here that distance learning has expired, right? It was a one-year thing. Now we're into independent study. And so from the governor's point of view, independent study was supposed to be very similar to in-person instruction. And the aim was to beef up, right, old independent study provisions. And just to be clear, independent study provisions have not really taken into account the needs of students with disabilities based on the independent nature of the programs, right? In the past, being able to meet with the teacher maybe twice a week, checking your attendance, and you're off on your own. With the new independent study, right, you're meeting with the teacher for the most part on a daily basis, maybe every period, however that may be. And so within the independent study ed code and law, and this is what I want parents to understand, right? This is not a district mandate. This is not something that we're making up. But in ed code, it says specifically, a student cannot participate in independent study, a student with an IEP, unless they have an IEP. And so for us, working with our school sites, I received many emails last night from parents, whether they're from CAC or many others who are saying, how can we expedite the process? And it's really working with that school site to set up that meeting to move forward. So I want our parents to know, until that IEP happens, they have to continue to stay enrolled into that school site. And I also want to address one more thing. There are also some parents who are saying, well, I have a student who is medically fragile. I don't want them to come to school. I also want them to remember that there is something called home hospital instruction, and that is on our website. And that is for students who cannot come to school based on a temporary disability or illness. So that could be a mental health situation. That could be a student who has a broken limb. That could be a student who's going through cancer, any immune compromising diseases or viruses. And with that, they have to receive authorization from their medical doctor to say that they can participate in that program. So that is another option. But there's an additional layer to where they have to go to their doctor's office, their doctor, in order to receive the authorization to be enrolled into home hospital instruction. So to answer your question, we're going to move as quickly as possible. I know that there are many parents who are seeking just other opportunities, and so we'll just move forward from there. As far as timeline, we're going to take on first come, first serve, right? We have to understand, too, that our sites, our counselors, our admin teams, right, they're just one, right? One folks who are working in order to really go through and expedite the process or move through the process as quickly as possible.
Thank you. So we'll be waiting for Friday when the office is open, when the school site's open, and then appointments will be made at that time. So I guess everybody just needs to keep in mind that we will begin to move forward on appointments Friday when office is open. And also, and this is for the whole team, will there be future opportunities for, let's say, a more kind of a two-way communication regarding independent study? It's a lot. Some of it's confusing between synchronous live interaction, all these, these kind of new things that we have to get used to. And it seems to me that maybe we could have targeted webinars, maybe IEP, maybe grade level, that kind of thing, and then address people's questions that way.
Absolutely. I'll have Laura Martin, I know she had scheduled, or Ed Samuels.
That is a great idea. We have not thought of that, but we're so glad that you presented that as an option. We'll probably work with Ms. Martin to see how we can make that happen, because that makes a lot of sense. Because even when I started to learn the law, there's a lot in it. So we definitely agree that it is very confusing.
I would just like to add that we have asked families to then meet with their counselor or administrator if they're interested in the program. And all day yesterday, we presented not only the webinar, but we met with each grade level office. So we met with elementary school principals, middle school K-8 principals, we met with counselors, we went with high school. And so we really are trying to educate our staff also, so that when the families do arrive at the sites, they're equipped with the knowledge and the answers, including a lengthy FAQ document that is attached in this slide deck. So we're trying to, make sure that we have staff on the ground who can answer those questions also, but I really do like that recommendation as well. We're also referring families back to the webinar that was posted last night, since it's still living there on our YouTube channel as well.
Can I add also? And so for those students with IEPs, Dr. Heenan has put together a process also that schools will be going through that includes an informed notification, and the special education administrator assigned to that school will be part of that meeting when they discuss if it's an appropriate place for those students. So they have also been in the trainings that we provided, the special education administrators, so they're also informed on how to answer the questions of the parents. Thank you.
Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I did hear something that got my ears perking, which was exciting news about home hospital instruction. I really like that option. Can I hear some more information about that?
So when a parent has a student or a child, again, who has a temporary disability, then they work with our Student Health Services Office. So whether that's Lucy Carbajal or Rose, they're our program specialists to discuss the issue. And then there's also a form that we give the parent to submit to their doctor to approve or deny, right, the home hospital instruction plan. And so based on that, we have students who receive instruction from their home because they are too fragile to attend school. We also provide instruction to students who are in our local hospitals, whether that is Miller Children's Hospital, St. Mary's. And what happens is they go to our teachers, who are credentialed teachers from Long Beach Unified. After their contractual day, they work with the family, they set up time to instruct a student at least 1 hour a day. If you're in preschool or in elementary, I believe you get up to 3 hours per week. And so with middle and high school, they get 5 hours per week, so 1 hour per day, if the student is well enough to be instructed by the teacher. So again, it's something for our students with temporary disabilities. It's not meant to be a permanent program or situation. Many of our students do return back, and they're very successful when they return back to a traditional setting. But it's really for our students, again, who have a very temporary disability they need support in the home.
Got it. And if you were a student who wanted to apply, I think you already shared a little bit about it, but can you give just a little bit further instruction on how you would apply if you were?
Sure.
Yeah.
So parents, if your child fits that category, you would contact Student Health Services, which is located at the Tucker Administrative Building. You would contact the secretary who is there, or either Lucy or Rose, and state the need for a home hospital. A form will be emailed, or it can be mailed, or the parent can pick up that form from the office, take that form to the doctor to express why they're in need of home hospital, and that form is then returned back to Student Health Services. If a student has an IEP, again, an IEP has to be held. to ensure FAPE can be provided. And then a teacher is provided for that student to begin instruction.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member.
So I'd like to ask a question sort of from a different perspective, building on Board Member Craighead's idea of having some targeted, either two-way communication or webinars with our specific population groups. This is a hard one for me because I have been hearing a lot from community members on either not knowing enough about this independent study option and are being frustrated with what they do know about the independent study option. And so I would say sort of dividing up the community into 4 sort of targeted groups that I would suggest us thinking through how can we be more proactive rather than sort of the expectation that parents and or students are going to contact the school and sort of carry that weight of figuring out what are my options, and then technically they can't really do it until after Friday. All right, so here's how I would think about it, and then I'd love to hear ideas about how we can build on this. So we have heard today, and some of us have received emails from families, parents, caregivers with students with disabilities, and the frustrations that they've shared about, on the one hand, concerns about having those students be in person. On the other hand, from their perspective, the independent study option not meeting their expectations, right? So that's one group, whether 504 or on IEPs. And Board Member Craighead already asked that question. We have another group of parents that we've heard from that are concerned about their child's safety, and that's hence my question to Dr. Brown, right? And their perspective is, and has been shared with us, that the independent study option is almost presented in a way that dissuades them from the option, right? Whether that's language around getting, you may not be back at your school after this, or language as they're interpreting it around, this is really, your student's going to be on their own for most of this time, so they're not going to get the same high quality education that they would otherwise get in person. Understanding that the independent study program is not for every student, all right? We also have families that, quite honestly, they may have a high-performing student, an independent student, that this option might be well-suited for them. So they may actually like the flexibility and the aspects of the program. But we also have a 4th group here, and they're not mutually exclusive of each other, of family members and students that have been disengaged, struggling, and disconnected, quite frankly, from either our communications and or the resources, the services, the programs that we have. And I heard someone earlier describe there are families right now that have older siblings taking care of younger siblings, right? So out of necessity, the independent study option is one that they may be considering. Right, there just may not be either child watch at home, or for economic reasons, or one of those siblings may be working, and there may be shared responsibility at the household. So I'm wondering what we can come up with, given the short turnaround time, to be proactive in reaching out to folks. And again, these groups are not mutually exclusive, because my concern is the closer we get to Friday, the closer we get to that first day of school, that anxieties, frustrations, tensions, anticipated or not, will rise, right? And understanding that we may not have all the health considerations, that we may not be able to provide that. I'm just wondering, and again, just thinking out loud, I like the idea of like standardized office hours, right? And again, AB 130 sets the minimum. It's not gonna be like last year, but I think it behooves us to think about what additional things we can communicate to parents that could possibly take place, not as a requirement, but as an option, right? Whether that's additional check-in hours, additional follow-ups on that two-way communication piece, so that for those parents that feel like they may be left alone after the 31st, or those students that feel like, gee, I'm really scared to come to school for whatever the health consideration is. It sounds like, to me, just from a community perspective, this is a really bare bones, like minimum We have to do this because the governor says we have to do this. And I hear, not from staff in here, but the way it's described from parents to me, that they feel like this is we're presenting it as a disincentive for folks to consider. And again, I prefaced it by saying the ideal is for all students, as many as possible, to be in person. Yet at the same time, I think we have to recognize that there is a critical mass of parents and students out there that for whatever reason, and sometimes the students aren't even, they're caught in a household situation or circumstance where it's hard, right, to advocate for children under 12, that they're not making the decision whether to come in person or not. Their parents may be making that decision, and it just feels like, from how it's being described, they're being shorthanded through no fault of their own. So again, I'm open to suggestions here. I don't have a solution to that, but I'm worried about that we're going to start this year, and a handful of folks may be in a position where they may not even have this information right now. So any thoughts from, it's an open-ended question on what we can do in this next 14 days for those four sort of types of families and students that I've described.
Well, it sounds to me like you've put some things out there. I know one avenue to not resolve it, but to act towards that is that we have a new communications person, and maybe I know that we're putting a lot on you today, and so welcome. But to your point, where people need to know what's going on, and this information needs to be front and center. You check the website, boom, it should be right there. It should be real big. We should be letting people know. I've also gathered from people reaching out, emails, that sort of thing. They are afraid that if they make the wrong choice, if they choose to have their student attend the independent study, that they're going to lose their spot. And that was the message we were getting this morning about feeling punished. And we had one of our wonderful young students come and address us personally about she's feeling punished. And so I think that's a really good point, that we have to take a look at that, and maybe you can provide us with clarification on that. I know that we have been kind of cut off at the knees because we're not able to provide the same level and quality of, well, we didn't call it, well, anyhow, online instruction that we were able to provide in the spring because things have changed. But we have to address those facts. We have to address the fact that things have changed, and our ability to provide the same type of online instruction has changed because of it. So, Mr. Samuels?
One thing that they reminded me of that we failed to mention, I don't know if this is definitely will not address what you're referring to in its full application, Dr. Benitez, but we do have to provide parent notification, which will be an official notification that goes out to every family, and that should be going out in the next few days. And we also have to post it on our website, but that doesn't address those who are not looking at our webpage, not checking their email, and so we do recognize that. But I definitely want to make sure that we did state that as well.
I just want to reiterate a couple of things that were shared. Dr. Sosa Valderrama, in her talk, or the slides that she covered on slide 4, addressed the shift, the sunsetting of the provision that allowed for distance learning. And so this is a really difficult, philosophically, this is really difficult to understand for families, and we understand, we hear that. However, distance learning, as we knew it last year, when the schools were closed, is not the same as independent study. And that's hard to accept, but that's not something, you can see the legislation on slide 4 that went from having distance learning in the way that we were authorized to have it. This isn't about money, this is about having the ability to open a school. We don't just enroll students in something that's not actually a school to make up a program. And so independent study, as it is in AB 130, is the alternative to coming in person in an environment that in person we believe is the best place for students, even given the fear that's out there. That students, especially young children who are learning how to read, that need to develop phonemic awareness, that need to develop peer relationships, that even with that in mind, we know people are fearful. And we're doing everything we can to diminish the fear based on precautionary measures. We had students last year, I just want to speak to our preschool students, all during the pandemic with precautions in place. Mr. Moskovitz and team through CDC and Head Start, students attended the entire year. And yes, there were some cases that had, through contact tracing, we had students that had to quarantine, but they were in buildings all year while many students were at home. And so I just want to reiterate that the district is not implementing something that we should be implementing. This is what we're authorized to implement. I'll also say that the team has worked very hard around this issue of school of choice. They have come up with a means that in almost all cases, there will not be an issue of someone returning to their school. And so that is something that we can keep saying it. And I know there's still a story out there about whether a student can return to their school of residence or where they've been returning, but they have worked very hard. Students cannot be enrolled in 2 schools at the same time. So it's not a matter of I attend Carver Elementary School and I attend Beach TK-12 Independent Studies School. They have a student ID number and they have to be disenrolled from one school and entered into another school for us to call them our student. And so that's not an option. And the last thing I want to address is once we have students enrolled, the high school office that's overseeing this program and Ms. Martin will be provided supports that are specific to those students. So beyond the independent study instructional program, we have the potential to add counseling services, to benefit from student support services that are virtual things that can be offered to families. They'll have access to the Family Resource Center and all kinds of other things that once we see the student needs there, then we can support them by assigning additional supports. And so just a few things that feel important to clarify today and for our public to hear, that we're committed to serving students, but we are also operating, just like we're operating within the health and safety guidelines, we're also operating within the current legislation that has been passed.
Yeah, I know we're over time, so I'll be really quick. Dr. Simon, can you speak a little bit to that question of families who may have been disengaged? I know your office, with your all-in work and going out to find people, can you talk a little bit about how you're doing that to minimize the number of people who may not hear anything from us?
For us, it's just canvassing our communities, I think, number one, and that's going out, actual walking, actually putting on my Jordans like Board Member Miller over there, any other comfortable shoes, alongside Dr. Sosa Valderrama, many of our team members as well. And again, just meeting families where they are to hear their needs, express their needs. I mean, these families feel very comfortable with trusting our staff members and having conversations. And for those who we've never really engaged with, or our school sites have engaged with, right? We're even bringing our school staff out with us to have conversations, or they're going out on their own to engage with families. What we're noticing, Board Member Kerr, even as going out, right, many of our families don't live in the same residences. They've moved. So that also prompts us to talk to neighbors to see how much information they will give us, just for us to reach out and again find that family and also find that student. So again, we've really been canvassing, walking, texting, emailing, calling folks from the emergency cards in order to locate those families and engage in conversations as well.
Thank you. And I think the other thing that's important to notice, Dr. Baker, you talked about it, is what we're constrained by the legislation that was passed in the trailer bill. That was done in the in-between time of when things were a little more hopeful. So we've got these constraints on us because there was an assumption that we wouldn't be in a health position that we're in today, which I think had they thought we'd be in the position, that the trailer bill language would have looked different and it would have had different provisions in it. So I share the frustration that we're dealing with something that was created in hopes that we were in a different place health-wise.
And I'll just add to that, thank you, Ms. Kerr, that we are actively advocating at the state level for what we think is best for our students, even while we are held to this legislation.
And Board Member Kerr, Vice President Kerr, let me just add this to our families. And Dr. Benitez, President Benitez, you kind of alluded to this earlier as far as obstacles and barriers for our students with disabilities. And I really want our families to know, again, that we are doing everything possible to work within the constraints of the law to provide the appropriate services. But I also want our families to know that we cannot be at odds with what the law expresses and directs us to do. So within that law, the Education Code, it is very specific about our obligations, about the obligations of parents, and what we as a school district must do to see if that student with an IEP or a 504 qualifies or can enroll into an independent study program. And I realize the frustrations. As Dr. Baker mentioned, we are advocating on every level, state level, with our professional organizations to have conversations with the governor and staff members, folks from the California Department of Education and many others. But just know that families, this is just where we are right now in regards to the law. And again, we're doing everything possible to find ways to work around that and also to work with our families as well.
I just want to thank our superintendent and our executive staff for the work that's being done. These aren't easy issues, but you not only listen to the public, but you listen to us. And we are in a position where we advocate for our constituents, for the students especially, for the families. And I just want to say how comforting it is to hear these answers, that we are meeting these questions and these issues head on. Nobody is shying away from any of the answers, and you're providing the information that we need and then some. I do appreciate hearing that you're advocating at the state level. Things are changing, and from the time these mandates were put into place, things have changed. The conditions have changed. People are worried about it, and they need to know that we're working on it. And I think that's being expressed very well today. So thank you, everyone.
Mr. Otto, see your light on?
Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around what the issues are here. And so let me go back to you, Juan, first. Did you say the 4 categories were IEP and 504 students in that position? Those that believe, not the students, but their families believe that they're not safe, they're afraid, that there are high-performing students who think of this as a real opportunity, and fourth, that there are disconnected students, maybe olders taking care of youngers, but are those the?
Yes.
Okay. That's very helpful. Most of what I've been hearing is, my kids are not gonna be able to go back to their schools. And what I think I heard Jill say the first time that I heard it was, that's not a huge problem. That's a small problem that we are working with, and that's comforting. That's very comforting.
And actually, Mr. Otto, let me ask Mr. Moskovitz to speak with a little bit more specificity about that, because I think it would be helpful to the community.
And I think in many cases, a lot of the concern about independent study is coming from families of elementary age students. We know that elementary age students don't have the ability to vaccinate. They're concerned about the health and safety. As Dr. Baker said, in almost every situation, the student will absolutely be able to return to the school from which they disenrolled. Mm-hmm. Most of our schools, by nature of a student leaving, will have a space for that student to return.
Right.
There's a few minor places around our campus or around our district, a few examples, where if a student were to move into the neighborhood during the interim, that student who moves into the neighborhood has the right to enroll at their neighborhood school. We don't see that as happening in very many cases. This is also why we think there is an individual conversation that a parent would need to have with their school principal and counselor to talk through their specific school situation. So we're setting up a process by which the school office will be able to track and monitor when that child returns, and again, in almost every situation, put them right back in the grade level from which they came at that school. And where we believe there is going to be a potential challenge, the principal and counselor will make that very clear to the parent before they disenroll and move into independent study. So it is a very individualized process. We need to have those conversations with the school site. I know we put a lot of pressure on Friday. The offices are opening. They're going to get inundated. But that really is, in this situation, that really is where the conversation needs to be, because each individual student situation, family situation, and school situation is going to be unique.
Yeah. And that makes special sense to me, particularly because I think there's a tension that you can't do away with from parents who feel that it's not safe, and I don't want to do this. We've talked about all the options, and this is it, and I just don't feel comfortable. And now, what we're hearing is that they're saying, and now you're going to do this to me. You're going to say you're going to take this away from me. I mean, I've had people say, my son plays football. Is he going to not be able to play football anymore? Because I feel the same thing as Diana, that I like what I'm hearing in terms of what the answers are to the questions, that we're working it out. There are these choices. Parents are going to have to say, gosh, I don't feel comfortable, I don't feel safe. There may be some consequences. The chances of that are small, but it's just a weighing factor. And then when I look at the other ones, these are, if it was a perfect world, we would work these things out and it would be abracadabra, but it's not. But everybody needs to know that we're working real hard to answer these questions, and I think that that's a valid thing to say.
I'd also, Dr. Matus, you brought up some of our most fragile students who are taking responsibility for siblings, and I just want to publicly state that our offices, especially our counseling teams, our family resource centers, all of the investments that we've made in additional social workers through our learning acceleration and support plan, the expansion of the foster youth unit, while they may not be foster youth students specifically that we're talking about, but those resources are available to our students. And so I would not want, just like before the pandemic, the best place wasn't for a teenager to be responsible for the supervision and teaching of a younger child. If that is the issue, whether it's your neighbor, your own family, a friend, someone that you care for, please reach out to your school office to get connected with a person. Our school offices will access, through school support services, the right resources. And in that case, if it's not a medical reason, we want those students to get the supports they need in a school building. So I think that was an important calling out of families who are experiencing that right now.
And Dr. Becker, can I add, until our schools really open on August 20th, if families want to reach out to me directly, I have no problems with that, just because our social workers are back. They are preparing, they are working, so if it's best to contact myself or per se Dr. Sosa Badarama, and I know that she doesn't mind me saying that, that is fine, so we can help provide you with the resources and support right before the 20th. That is very imperative at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. And just to bring it back home, Justin, this one's for you. All of this information, I'm thinking less than 100 people are watching our board workshop right now. I'm hoping, but that's the challenge, right? That given the short turnaround for those 4 areas that I outlined, Doug, if we can sort of figure out, not through a big district message, right? Because these are folks that have historically also, the website has not worked for them, right? So sending them a text message to redirect them to the website, it's what Dr. Simon just offered, right? Like, if you need this kind of help, here's how you go, right? If you have a question about that turnaround time on the IEP, as an example, what is the student supposed to do if they lock in an appointment next week, Dr. Simon, but what is the student supposed to do in the interim, right? Do they stay home? Does the parent, and I'm not asking you to answer that right now, but, if we could just figure out what's the best way to direct parents to those resources, our parents that speak another language other than English, here's where you go for these things. And again, it's a different vibe when you get a message from the district that says, here's where you go to all those places, versus our school sites, right? If that's the point of contact, if all roads lead to and from schools, then that's my concern, that we're not hearing from schools right now. And our messaging here is contact your school,
Right.
but no one else is doing, and again, not to discount the work that all of you are doing. What I mean no one else is the schools haven't been tasked to do that yet. And again, the concern is, then what do I do if I'm considering showing up and getting my IEP looked at again? How would I know that, right, at this point, if I didn't participate in the webinar and I'm not looking at the school board meeting right now? So that's sort of my, bringing it back home, right? And so the information is here, but it's not necessarily at everyone's doorstep right now.
Can I?
Yep.
And I may sound like a stuck record by saying this, because I say it almost every meeting, but one of our greatest assets is the trust that people have in this district. A long history of success. People are willing to give us the benefit of the doubt. At times like this, it's hardest because people don't know and they're going to be hit personally. And so part of the messaging that we need to do is to say, we've been doing this, trust us, we're going to work this out. We're working 24/7 to get these things done. And I think that that we'll get through this. It's a very difficult time, but just because it's a difficult time because of everything that's happening. If somebody would have told us 18 months ago that we would just have 18 months like we have, say, oh, that's crazy, that's impossible. That wouldn't go at all. But we have a deep well of trust in this community, in the greater community, that we can sell to and rely on, because we will get it done.
So we have 120 people watching, Mr. Edson just advised. Dr. Baker, I know that we extended our time into break. I want to ask my colleagues if we feel okay with sort of pushing through into the next agenda item, not taking a break if you need to get up for 5 minutes or what have you. Before I let you go, Mr. Samuels, thank you so much to you and the team. Yes, thank you for all the work that you're doing. And
yeah, I definitely want to thank all the people who work behind the scenes, because there's so many departments that have come together. We're just a small sample of all the work that's been done from our business department, research, OCIPD, HR, everyone. So they really deserve all the thanks. We're just here delivering the message.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Dr.
What do you all think?
Is it okay if we do like a quick 5-minute
minutes?
bio break
5
to
minutes.
let people set up? That way, because
Perfect.
I don't want to be walking out
5
when people are
minutes.
talking.
5 minutes. Okay. I'm going to ask us to settle back in as we reconvene from a quick break, a little bit more than 5 minutes. If I can get everyone's attention, please. I'm going to ask for us to settle in and we can reconvene here and get back to the order of business. So we have the great honor and pleasure today, Dr. Brown, to hear about how our ELT is doing and to get that first iteration of our equity policy. So hand it over to Dr. Brown on our equity policy.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm going to quickly pass to Brenda Soriana Villa, one of our members. She's a community member from the 3rd District, and she's going to lead us in a land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. We are meeting today on the ancestral homelands of those indigenous nations that have inhabited the land for centuries prior to having these lands stolen and forcibly removed. LBUSD sits on the land colonized through discovery by Spain, multiple land grants, and deeding of property issued by Mexico and the United States of America. We acknowledge the Gabrieleño and Tangwa peoples as the traditional land caretakers of the Los Angeles Basin and Channel Islands. Despite the many atrocities committed to them, they persevere. We are grateful for the stewardship of the land throughout the generations in the past, present, and the future. You see before us the agenda that we'll cover today. I, one of many, will be covering these points, and if you look to the side, you could see the policy section that is referenced. I now call back Dr. Brown to lead us in the ELT Equity Leadership Team Explained.
So thank you so much, and I'm standing very humbled and honored in front of you by the work of this really amazing group of people. We have a number of people who will be joining us in the presentation today, and others who are here representing their work and their participation in this group. So I just want to start by asking everyone who's here as a member of the Equity Leadership Team to stand, and if we could please acknowledge them. Some folks were considering if they should stand or not. I'm glad they did. So thank you so much. We have had such a powerful experience together in the last 8 months, and I have tremendous pride in the work that has happened here. I think it's really important to mention that prior to this experience, we have not had a policy that has been crafted by a group of people collaborating together in the work. Typically, a policy comes to us and it's given to us with a set of standards that we need to incorporate. We make some modifications to reflect district practice, and we move forward with it. But in this experience, this has been a district-led committee that has been with community input. And I say that as a quote. That's a quote by one of our members, to really accurately reflect the work that we're doing. The district has led this process, but has been with community input, really guided by the lived experience of those who have been a part of the team. So going back to November, we received about 250 applications for participation in this group. We selected 30 participants for the equity leadership team. We also worked with approximately 100 people in work groups in different ways throughout the process. We had 8 meetings, 2 additional work meetings, a retreat, and then a number of small group contacts. I estimated as best I could that we've spent approximately 25 hours working on this. The people who are presenting today have probably spent closer to 35 hours in representation of this work since January. So it's not been a small endeavor, and I just am tremendously honoring of the community impact in this work and the amount of time that these people who have volunteered their time have spent for us. They've routinely asked for homework, they've asked to do more, and they have not been daunted by any of my varying requests. Can we please meet again? Can we please talk one more time? Can we come back together? So they show up, And I've reflected the attendance of our meetings here. We've had about an 88% attendance rate on an average. That's been about 90% of the staff who are participants in the group and about 75% of the community members and parents, which I think is really important to acknowledge that often we meet in the late afternoon, evening. People are coming from work. People are caring for families. People are trying to get their children to places they need to go. So again, can't say enough, just the tremendous commitment of the work that's happened here. The team has been comprised of 10 staff members, 10 parents, and 5 community members. And then we've had a group that we've referred to as the steering committee. Some of them are here today, and those are all staffed, director-level staff who participate and lead the equity initiatives that we have in our district. So some of the people on our team play a dual role. We have staff who are also parents. In those meetings, we've encouraged them to voice as they choose to in the role that they're bringing to the meeting, but I wanted to acknowledge just the dual relationship. That's something we've talked a lot about in terms of really transparently reflecting who has participated in this work. Throughout our work together, one of the recommendations that has come up is, might we need more community input in the policy? And so I give that to you today. One of our members said there's never enough community input. And so I really want to reflect that to you as you sit with the decision around this policy going forward and recommendations that you'll make. The sentiment of the team has been that there is always opportunity for more in community engagement, more listening opportunities. And really the development of the policy has been crafted through the experiences that people on the committee have shared. So with that, I'm really pleased to introduce Sharvana Anderson-Bird, who is a parent in our district and a participant of our 5th district group.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Brown. So my name is Sharvana Anderson-Bird. I am Long Beach born and bred and a proud product of the Long Beach Unified School District. And I'd like to share a story with you today. I'd like to tell you about a community that came together in 1885. And this community worked together to establish one of the greatest districts in this country. This community continued to work, and together in 1898 built the first high school outside of the city limits in Los Angeles County. As the community continued to grow, they addressed social and academic concerns of those they served, typically pioneering the way for others. I'd like to take you to 1972, where this community began to implement their plans of integration and desegregation 4 years before the state mandate. What this meant was that in 1975, my brother and sister were able to integrate schools on the east side of Long Beach, and I was able to follow 5 years later. This community continued to thrive in their groundbreaking policies, norms, and academic standards, uniforms, district office structures, and policies. And I'm sure this community will continue to strive in those efforts. In the 1990s, once again, this is a community that's shown in the educational world, nationally speaking. So in 2008, I decided to offer this community my most precious assets. In 2008, I gifted my daughter, again, my son in 2010, and another daughter in 2012, to the East schools in Long Beach. In 2015, when my son was struggling a bit at school, his Eastside principal told me that we might be better at our home school, not knowing apparently that we live 2 blocks away from our home school on the east side of Long Beach. It's for this reason that my other child, who should be starting in 2021, is still not yet enrolled in a Long Beach school. In 2020, the community faced a virus where they responded. They came up with systems and structures to keep the learning going and support our students. But we were faced with another virus in 2020. We were forced to see the ugliness of the virus of anti-Black racism in our country and in our systems, brought to light through the murder of George Floyd. But once again, this community decided to act and address in a groundbreaking decision to create this ELT and support the work of this ELT. So I come to you now in 2021 with my fellow team members to present this policy to you so that once again, this community can be that pioneer and those groundbreaking decision makers who put things like this into place. Because I don't understand how my children who are growing up in the 21st century are enduring the same things that I did in the 20th century on the east side of Long Beach. So why now? Because we know better. And when we know better, we can do better. We are charged to serve all of our students in this community, to make sure that all of our students have access to equity and equality in their K-12 education. As my teammates come up and present, you'll hear about the students that we are particularly trying to center in this work. And I'd just like to say that these two student populations are being centered because the data shows us that they need to be. The data shows us that we have not done what we need to do to properly serve and support these students. I'd also like to close with just saying that this is a living policy. And we understand that there are several populations that unfortunately are targeted in the system of our education. And this policy as a living document will allow all of those populations to be supported for a more equitable education experience in this community, this pioneering, groundbreaking, wonderful community that I love.
We spent time talking about who would speak to this slide, and I'm here as the Deputy Superintendent speaking to it because it reflects the way that we want to own this work and the way that we want to own these words. And so I want to highlight that we have spent a lot of time in our work together around the equity definition, and we've talked about it from several perspectives. We've talked about it around the data of the past. We've talked about it around the urgency of the present, and we've talked about the future lens that we want to hold with accountability for all that has come before and all that is going forward. And earlier today in a presentation by Chris Brown, he referenced the definition, and one of the things that he referenced that resonated with you, because you referred to it, it's been referred to a couple times already today, is that we don't want any of the characteristics or descriptors of our students to be indicators of success or of failure in our system. That has been the case historically. We want to work against that. We want to work to better serve all of our students, and specifically, we have centered in this policy our Black students and our students with disabilities, and I'll say a few pieces about that as we've worked together through this process and how we've landed there and why we've landed there. So the next thing that we have spent a lot of time and had a lot of discussion around in our groups is the acknowledgement of harm and the commitment to reconciliation. And it feels extremely important that I, as a leader in the district, am representing this to you on behalf of the committee and the group that has worked so hard together. We've put a lot of thought into this. We've talked about responsibility, we've talked about healing, we've talked about the commitment to doing better, and we've talked about being accountable, specifically for Black students, specifically for students with disabilities. We can't do any of that without acknowledgement, which means ownership. And so through that lens, the equity policy centers Black children and it centers students with disabilities. And it's important for us to highlight and really own the experience that these two groups have, the data that we know to be true about these two groups, and the fact that Black children and students with disabilities have been vulnerable in our system and have had a different experience than all others. And so from a community lens, one of the things that I want to highlight is that while this policy is centering Black students and students with disabilities, this is a policy for all of our children. We are giving centering to two groups, but in doing so, we are not taking from anyone. And that's important for our whole community to hear, because I think when you begin to talk about two groups, and here I'm talking about Black children and I'm talking about students with disabilities, when you begin to talk about two groups, then you get every other group that says, wait a minute, what about me? What about my group? What about, and you get the list that goes with that. What's important here is that when we do well for Black children and we do well for students with disabilities, we do well for all of our children. No one is losing, everyone is gaining, and we are acknowledging, addressing, and serving our most vulnerable students. So that's why I wanted to, and was asked by our group to reflect this slide with that message that feels like a really strong message and a really core part of our work as a group. I am going to ask next Ms. Keisha Champion, and boy, she really is one, to come right up. She's going to highlight some of the definitions that we've worked with. You can tell that we've spent a lot of time working through the words, and so she's going to bring that lens to you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Good afternoon, everybody, and happy Tuesday. I woke up this morning and I thought it was Wednesday. So, but I am glad to be here and not on Zoom and be in person so you can see my face and I can see yours. So thank you for having me. My name is Keisha Williamson Champion. I am born and raised in Long Beach, California. I am a second generation born and raised Long Beach, California girl. And I did both. I went to private school first, and then I went over to public school. And you'll hear a little bit more about that in my story. So I want to let you know that this has been quite a journey for us all. Looking at us now, you would think that we have known each other forever. We have shared stories about our lives, about our children, about our marriages, about our personal lives, our professional lives. We've cried on Zoom. We've shut off our cameras so people cannot see our expressions. We've had our chins hit the floor in just disbelief. We've also had big, big smiles that we've shared as well. In the document that you received, there were several definitions. I'm just going to highlight a few. And the reason I want to highlight those definitions for you is because, especially right now, with this being a buzz topic and a buzzword and everyone doing something about it, there are several definitions out there in relations to racism, anti-racism, bigotry, etc. And so we pulled out 8 of the words that we thought would be important for you to know, and some of them were the most discussed words in our group. I'm going to highlight culture today for just a moment. Now, mind you, when you say culture, many people think about traditions. You think about food, you think about actions, but keep in mind that culture is learned beliefs and principles. It's dispositions, it's attitudes and behavior. So let me go back to the work of Catherine Kinzer in 2016 from the University of Chicago. She's a psychology professor, so I won't put that against her. But she spoke about, her article is entitled, How Children Learn Prejudice. And many times people say, well, children don't notice differences. They don't really see it. I'm here to tell you, as an early care and education professional, I have seen a 6-month-old baby notice differences in color. We know they notice race. We know they notice gender. And in her findings, she found that kindergarten-age children age 5, actually understand and take on the racial attitudes of the adults in their culture, the adults in their lives. So at 5 years of age, our kindergartners understand what it means to be of a particular race, gender, and how people feel and see them. So just imagine if that 5-year-old child is in a kindergarten classroom where they're hearing DeAndre, stop. DeAndre, this. Shaquita, that. And particular names as such that might be assigned to particular races. That 5-year-old child has been exposed to a culture that speaks a particular language because of the attitude and the beliefs and what was seen, unseen, heard, and unheard. Now, as I go to the next page, Oh, good, I did it right. The right direction, all right. As I go to the next page, I want to highlight a word that actually isn't there. But I do want you to take a look at these because there were so many words. We had words that were in several different alliterations of what we were talking about, but I will say that part of what I want to say does involve disrupt. But one of the words that didn't make it through is implicit racial bias. Implicit racial bias. Another buzzword, right? A lot of you are shaking your heads. I appreciate that. And so in the work in 2016, another great year, this is at Yale University. Bill Hathaway wrote an article based on the work of the Child Studies Center and Social Policy. They looked at 130 educators. Now, mind you, these are preschool educators. And so amongst those 130 educators, they put them in front of a video and said, please look out for challenging behavior. They didn't tell them what type of behavior. They just said challenging behavior. Now, mind you, none of the 130 teachers knew that these children were, number one, actors, and that none of the behavior they were seeing was challenging behavior. And yet, the teachers called out challenging behavior, and what they determined by their research and using the advanced eye tracking technology is that 42% of those teachers were watching the black boys. Of those 42% of the teachers, not all of them were white or Caucasian. Some of them were teachers of color. Implicit bias. As I go on to my story, I shared with you that I'm born and raised Long Beach, California. Unlike my family, I went to Wilson, and they still give me a hard time about that, but I'm proud to be a Bruin. Any other Bruins in the house? Of course, my family went to Poly. I know there's some jackrabbits around, but you know that bear will take on that Bruin, that bunny anytime. So, but I say that to say that when I had my daughter in 2010, who's a miracle, I was older in age and had my first child, and I could think of nothing else but the greatest things for her. When it was time for her to go to kindergarten, I kept her in school, her preschool, one more year, because I didn't want to make that decision because I wasn't happy with my choices. And I thought, I'm going to give the district another year to get it together. And so when it was time for her to go to kindergarten and the preschool wouldn't keep her any longer, and they hadn't built the kindergarten that they have now, I went searching for a kindergarten. I started at my home school. Now, mind you, my home school is literally around the corner from my house. And my husband was so excited that we were going to take her to a school that was around the corner where he could walk her to school, ride her bike, and she could meet friends and neighbors. I went over to that school, and I was really excited to meet the principal and everyone there. And when I got there, it was a nice enough school, and everything was okay. But there was something that didn't quite fit, and it kept gnawing at me. And I couldn't think of what it was, but it just kept gnawing at me. And then I went over to the roundup or the event that they have. Excuse me, people who put it on if I say the wrong name, but it's a really great event, and I appreciate it, and keep it going. And then I got some of the other principals and teachers and so on. And I started hearing things like, we believe children are lifelong learners. We have art labs. We have science labs. We believe that children can do anything. We support them in what they want to be, et cetera, et cetera. And then it dawned on me what my issue was with my homeschool. It was the difference between limitations At that homeschool, I sensed and I felt a lack of expectation for my daughter and the children at that school. There was even an absence of enthusiasm. There was no hope at that school that I could hear or I could feel or I could taste. I went home crying because I wanted her to go to that homeschool, because my husband wanted to walk her around the corner and wanted to meet the friends in the neighborhood. But I couldn't let that happen because she is my most precious possession. And so now we are like many families in Long Beach. One of the families that leaves our house gets up very early in the morning, earlier than we should, and we leave our house and we go to the east side of town. As you can see on the map, I start in Wrigley and I end in Los Altos, sometimes a 20-minute drive. Because at the school she's at now, there's opportunities, there's access, and it's a culture of lifelong learning. There's a practice of we believe children can do anything. Thank you for your time.
Part of what makes this equity policy historic is the approach the district has taken to involve parent and community voice throughout this process. I want to emphasize the importance of this moment. LBUSD has a rich history that many in this room have been part of at different moments in our life. At any given point, we've been students, we've been parents, staff, and community members. We carry a perception of what this school district symbolizes and achieves. Yet the numbers do not lie. There's disparities in graduation rates, retention rates, attendance rates, suspension rates, and more. I will unpack the importance of the sentence before you. We commit to analyzing historic patterns of data through an equity lens to improve the experience of students who have not been served well in our system. What does this mean? We as a district, as a community, are taking a look back at how we got here. Why is there success in certain areas while others lack? If you look at our presenters, the people behind me, there are generations of alumnus represented, and each one has a story of inequity to share. This equity policy is meant to think of the present, to plan for the future, while being informed by the data of the past. 2021 marks my 10-year high school reunion from Lakewood High. To this day, I assist my community in navigating the school system due to the lack of sufficient staff having the language capacity to assist. This is one example of a story that can be translated into a question for data analysis. How many bilingual staff do we have? How can we ensure that we are able to bridge this gap? This equity policy is the foundation of the work to come, and it's been written to be amended and to be changed every year. We want it to be a reflection of the future generations. I want to reiterate, this is just the beginning. To get there, I call Tracy to the podium to speak on how we will ensure to continue the work to come.
Hi, everyone. It's wonderful to be here with you, honorable board members. Thank you for having us. I am a mom in the 5th District. My children went to Patrick Henry, Keller. My older daughter went to Poly, and my son, I just dropped him off this morning at Renaissance for his high school orientation. So proud. And, you know, as I've been a member of ELT honorably as a mother, first and foremost, you know, it's been exciting for me to meet other parents who are just as passionate. I am a first-generation college graduate, and as we've written this policy, I think about people like my cousins and my siblings who either dropped out of middle school or high school, didn't go on to college, and to be with like-minded parents who are so passionate about our children. I feel like my children have a great advantage because my husband and I, as first-generation college graduates, have been able to really provide for them an environment to be selective about Patrick Henry and Keller to make sure that they went through dual immersion all through K-8. But like my fellow colleagues have mentioned, fellow parents, that there are students throughout this district that don't have the advantages that my children have. And again, it reminds me of my own family members and my community that raised me. So please know that that's our first and foremost. Our lens is through our heart, and then the second is through our minds. Also, I want to share, many of you know my husband, Hutch Kalunga. He's the GOC administrator at Marshall Middle School. And I lovingly joke, the city is married to the school district because in my day job, I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for the city of Long Beach, and I've been with the city for 15 years. And we oftentimes get to talk about how we co-share children, how his, children at Marshall, children at many of your schools also go to our local libraries, our parks programs. We run 32 after-school programs. And even though I joke that we're married to the district, it's now true because last summer, the city of Long Beach adopted our racial equity and reconciliation plan. So being a part of the school district's equity policy development has helped me see how these two entities can come together and really join forces for good for our children. So with that said, I'd love to share with you the accountability, and hopefully I do this right. There we go. Accountability for policy implementation. Just as important as policy development is, implementation is equally as important. We want to ensure that every staff member is responsible. We're talking about classified staff, teachers, administrators, yard aides, everyone who's employed by the district is responsible to implement this policy. We also want to make sure that we have regulations and procedures in place for accountability, including data-driven outcomes online that will report annually, both, of course, to the board and to the administrators, but also to the parents and to the community. Surveys from all stakeholders, and making sure that we're doing ongoing focus groups with students, families, and staff. And you're going to hear a little bit more about that opportunity at the end. Also, the ELT, I believe you all know, this is a 2-year appointment, and we're taking this job very seriously. We would like to come back to the board annually to provide you updates on how this work is moving forward, and also to provide the data and those stories about lives that are being changed in our school district. And we also have a commitment to modify and adjust as needed. This is a living, breathing document, and so we should be flexible to know that 3-5 years from now, the environment we're in is going to be different, and the policy should adjust with those times. Also, we wanted to highlight a few other key components. There's 10 actually, but these were the ones that we felt most passionate about to highlight today. We want to build a positive school culture. We want to ensure that we're centering the student voice in every decision that we make. Also ensuring that we have culturally relevant curriculum, that our children are learning about their own heritage, whether it be African American, Latino or Latinx, Cambodian. Many of you know we have the largest Cambodian population outside of Cambodia. How many of our young children know about Khmer Rouge and what their parents and grandparents had to endure? Having culturally relevant curriculum is very important to us. And last and certainly not least is recruitment, employment, and retention of diverse staff. As you know, the city of Long Beach is about 76% people of color. We're made up of Black, Latinx, Cambodian, Asian Pacific Islanders. We want to make sure that the school district staff is reflective of the diversity of our community. On a separate but related note, my team and I worked closely through the Long Beach College Promise to develop the Long Beach Public Safety Promise, which you'll be hearing about more in the coming months. But one of the things we've done is we've worked with Police Chief Luna and Fire Chief Espino to ensure that their recruits are the ethnic diversity of the city, that we have more Latino police officers, new recruits, than we've had in the history of our city. Our African American police officers are a reflection of the 12% of African Americans in the city. We would like to turn that model over to you and adapt it so that as you create career pathways for our young people to become teachers, that we're actually recruiting homegrown talent to come and be school district teachers, administrators, and hopefully school board members and at this dais one day. So thank you so much. It's wonderful to do this presentation. I want to make sure that you know that Dr. Tiffany Brown and her staff have been wonderful. As my other parents have said, we've had challenging conversations, but they've had such grace and poise. They have really listened to us sincerely and heard what we have to say. And I believe this policy reflects what is important to us both, again, in our hearts and in our minds. Now I would like to turn this over to parent Shelley Randolph.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shelley Randolph, and I am the parent of a rising senior. I just have one child. My daughter's full K through 12 experience has been here at the district. So I am going to use my history, and I'm going to share a story with you about communication. My husband and I were involved from the beginning, going to the kindergarten festival, where we found a table and a representative from the district level group for Concern for African American Parents, now known as the Coalition. But when we started our journey, we quickly realized that information was overwhelming. We had to think about information from the classroom, the school site on an administrative level, but just for the school. We had to think about parent type information for activities or things like that. We also had to think about district information, things at a different level. And it was coming to us fast and furious. And this is throughout the whole thing. Think about the years. We started off with paper and teacher handouts. I know it's different now. Flyers. We've had robocalls, emails, school loop. We now have Canvas. I've been here, she's been here 12 years, and I'm still trying to get through the website of the district to synthesize all of the information. I had a plan, go through A through Z, and one day A, B, C. Okay, I had to revise that obviously, and I'm still not done. But I'm saying that we have to be so diligent and creative and almost like going to school again to receive information that we want. We want the information, and we had to work extremely hard to get it from all segments, as I just mentioned. And combine that with, at the different levels, elementary, middle school, and then high school, you have to take a prospective approach each time. Around 4th or 5th grade, you got to think about middle school. Around 6th grade, 7th grade, you have to think about high school. So you're getting your current information, and then you have to get some new information. And you have to do it by yourself. When you're working with two working parents, you can't spend all day at the school like some parents do. And the parents own a lot of the information that you need. But it's managed by the parents, and somehow they've got to get it out to all the families. So all this comes down to a principle of equity and getting the information you need. And I'll elaborate a little bit. So in that that coalition group of parents, we've been in it through the whole time. We've seen. We would have them in person here in the district, and then sometimes at the Teacher Resource Center. We would have our meetings there. And we would struggle with attendance, or we really wanted it to be a community base where parents would come and they would bring their children. Because it's not just a lecture period, it's also communal experience and get to know others. So we had our in-person meetings and various challenges through the years. So when COVID hit, and we went virtual as everyone did, our attendance skyrocketed. And we saw on the cameras moms, dads, and children attending, exactly what we wanted the whole time. And we knew that access was a problem. Having in-person meetings immediately after work is a challenge. There's still going to be dinner, homework, all those kind of things. It was impacting each and every meeting, which then is impacting the ability of the parents to get the information that they so desire. And so the explosion of attendance, because one camera meant like 3 or 4 people. So multiply that by all the cameras we have on. Like I said, our attendance has skyrocketed, and the feedback is amazing. We're going to stay Zoom, because we can also have that environment that we wanted with full family involvement. And it's in a much more casual, relaxed environment, which speaks to our culture of being able to have dinner, eating, getting valuable information. You can turn yourself on mute and discuss it quickly with your family, or what about that, what about that? Real time with everyone, what we always wanted. And so that taught us, one, it dispelled rumors, it dispelled the myth, first of all, that Black parents were not interested in the education of their children. That is completely false, which we knew already. But it was the ability to share the necessary information in a setting, mode of communication that worked. And so I bring that to equity of, we can't rely on emails, robocalls. Sure, you can say, oh, we gave the information, but we have to communicate in a way that resonates with the multiple audiences. Some people need the paper, fine, knock yourself out. Some people need a video. I commend Dr. Baker for using those videos. Those are so helpful, because a minute video could be 3 pages of information. Who can read all that while your dinner is burning? You can't. So it's the communication, it starts with communicating and being able to deliver information timely to an audience that can respond to it and that it will resonate with. Because communication has to be, the person gives the information with a certain intent. The other person has to receive the information with the same intent. Otherwise, that's a breakdown. Otherwise, you didn't communicate anything. So the purpose, I would say that equity starts with communication, of being able to share the information in more than one way without judgment. And I say that because how many times have we heard, well, I don't know why those families don't, whatever. We send out an email. Okay. You send out an email I'm trying to read at 6 p.m. And again, it's like all these words. Have I not been at the office all day? And now I have this voluminous email. It's going to take me a little time to get through that. And depending on when you sent the email, it might be too late for me to act. So I just challenge us to think about the delivery of equity starts with communication. I will now Maricela will now present the next, please. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maricela de Rivera. I am a proud First District resident, also with children going to school on the East Side. And I come before you as a queer Latina. I come before you as a queer Latina raising at least one queer Latina. And I'm here to tell you this is not about me. It's not about my family. We are talking about Black children. We are not talking about Black children who are failing. We are talking about Black children who are being failed by a system. And that small change in the way we use words is really important. My child, who is doing very well in school, had one Black child in kindergarten who left by the middle of the first semester. We talked about him a couple years later. about that kid who she didn't want to be friends with because he was not a good kid, and I don't want to be friends with kids who aren't good kids. And I talked about him, talked about the parent who didn't have childcare and showed up with her child every time and was told this is a parent-only meeting and was sent away and did not have the information she needed to help her child be successful. I talked about the child who was unprepared because the mother was not supported at our school. And that's not a bad kid. That's a system that is filled with very nice people who are doing their best in a system that is not set up to support that family. And that's not a bad child. That's a really good kid in a system that failed him and his mom. And of the 30 children in that class, one was gone by mid-semester, and one had a mom 2 years later who said, that black kid is not a bad child. What about those other 28 families? That's the implicit bias that we have to actively work on. Our slide here just tells you, with the most adorable kindergartner you've ever seen in your life, please take a look at this child's face. I mean, that smile, come on. This slide is really just here to remind us that, like that teacher, like that principal, like those kids, and the parents and everybody who is very kind and failed that family anyway, this is the beginning. This policy you've heard over and over, it's a living document. And Sharona did an amazing, I think, of starting with the beginning of education for Day, right? I mean, that's just such a compelling story. It's really important that we really conceptualize that when we criticize, when we force, when we advocate for better, it's not because any one person in this room or in your schools is bad or mean or trying to harm black children or students with disabilities, but the system is needing to change. And we have the political will right now to change it, but we have built in, and I'm so grateful for our school board who had the foresight to request an ELT that would not just draft something, but come back and hold us accountable, because it's that accountability, it's that implementation, it's all those little moving parts, many of which already exist. Right? But when we work in concert, we have the ability to do the things many of these people have wanted to do anyway. And so I'm just so grateful to be here at this moment where we get to talk about equity. And any time that we are feeling discomfort, that's good. It means that we're getting a real conversation started. Anytime we are feeling offended, it's because we may look like people who perpetrated these systems and rules and laws that got us here on purpose. And so while I may not be asking you personally to apologize for racism, for redlining that continues to harm the street I live on in North Long Beach, we still also have to say sorry. Over and over and over. We have to acknowledge, we have to be willing to say, you are right, and we are still going to move forward together. I am offended, I am hurt, I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna tell my spouse that you hurt my feelings. But right now, we're gonna do this because black children and students with disabilities absolutely need us to put aside the offense and the it wasn't me, and that was a long time ago, and realize that all of those systems generations ago are still affecting us. And we just have to move forward. We just have to do better. And we can. And this policy, I genuinely believe, sets us up to do that. I am standing before you as a parent who has no shyness about advocating. Trust, Tiffany knows, Dr. Brown knows. But I also believe, I am incredibly proud to be part of the equity leadership team, because I believe in this process. I believe in the hearts of the people in this room. I believe in the hearts of the people who are at the schools, from the person who takes attendance to the teacher, everybody. Where do we go forward? ELT listening sessions. Obviously it says to be determined because we don't know. But we know that we need a robust feedback opportunity. We don't just get to hear what the community's feedback is. We need to hear it. We want to hear it. We being the equity leadership team, and I hope that I'm speaking for you as well. Now, what that looks like, one meeting in every school district, or every, district within the school, I don't know. That's up to somebody else, right? Above my pay grade. Zoom, in person, I hope that Shelley's story of communication really impresses upon you that we need an equity email, we need an equity hotline, we need a social media group who does not argue and says, you're right. I am sorry. How do we do better? We need all of those things, right? And so equity leadership team listening sessions would be district-led, of course, but I know I personally commit to being at as many in-person and online events as I can. I know that I have team members who also want to. We want community feedback. You all live and breathe this every day, but there are parents who live and breathe it every day too, and in a different way. So you put out communication and you think you did the best you could and you think it's innovative and wonderful, and it falls flat. That happens to all of us. Every professional has had that happen. We need to do better. We need to hear from parents who have children with disabilities that the IEP plan for back to school does not work for them. That is not equitable. Too many are at home right now recovering from a night of crying, because that is not equity. We need to understand that that may not be intentional, but intent matters far less than impact. And that is how we get to equity. So I leave you with this. We welcome questions. This is just a list of our names, which we all decided we are far less important to this process than the Black children and students with disabilities with which we came here to advocate for. There are some resources because, this took a lot of work. I'd like to personally say Dr. Nishin Valley. Melissa calls her Dr. V, and now I know why. I don't know how to say her last name. But she's an amazing human being who the district has, I am so grateful to say, contracted with to help us through this process, because there are experts, and she is absolutely one of them. And from there, do we just open it up, Dr. Brown? I am by far not the be-all, end-all, so I welcome my teammates.
Let me first allow for our board here to thank Shavana, Keisha, Brenda, Tracy, Shelley, Maricela, Dr. Brown for not just your efforts, but the entire ELT. So I just want to thank you, for your efforts. And then I'd love to open it up to my colleagues here for questions, thoughts, discussion.
Well, first, like Dr. Benitez just spoke to, thank you guys for coming here today and presenting this information. Often we sit here behind the dais and we get all of these fancy statistics and information that prove a lot of the stuff that we know, but the part that I think that has always had more power than any statistic we can ever hear is your voices and your stories and the impact that it's had on your families. So if you guys have shared those personal anecdotes, I think were very, very powerful. And I appreciate you for doing that for us today. One of the things that I saw on here that I was a little disappointed with was the fact that we didn't have a listening session already planned. So I don't know where to go with that or who to hand that off to, but I want to make sure that the very first one happens in my district. I don't know what I need to do, how I can get that started, but I'll take that on myself, as I think that getting these conversations started in our city, especially in a district as diverse as my own, I think is going to be important. So, no, obviously.
I'll be there with you.
All right, fantastic. But all in all, I'm really proud of you ladies. I was missing some of our fellas here, but that's okay. That's okay.
Dr. Zay.
But no, I really, really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for choosing and asking to go on this journey together and with us in what has been an incredible year. So this work would have been painful and difficult and stretching and empowering and all of those things that you said that it is in a regular year. And you chose to be a part of it in a year that was filled with fear and trauma, and the inability to literally hold each other in sadness and fear and trauma. So I'm really grateful that you continued to take the time over Zoom and today in person to be with us on this journey and to really bring us to this really critical point in our history. So thank you for talking about the times that we have been pioneers in the past and being a part of how we will pioneer into the future. So that's my first comment. So it's just a very, very genuine thank you.
Well, I'm just going to add my voice to that. Thank you very much. It is wonderful to hear the culmination of your work. I know some of you have been with us for a while. Tracy, when you mention your kids, I just think back to when we spoke when your oldest was still at Henry, and you were concerned because we didn't have a plan, we didn't have a viable plan for a dual immersion middle school. So this was well before Keller became a dual immersion middle school. This district has done a good job of listening to parents. So believe that your voices are being heard and believe that your voices are making a difference. They always have. And I'm a testament to that. I'm, just a mom on the board, and always an involved mom, always engaged, always caring. And it's so nice to see so many people involved and carrying that torch. Siobhan, it's nice to see you in person. I know we've only seen each other over Zoom, so it's, that's special. Keisha, I'm going to say, I believe you're a Prisk parent because I was putting together all the puzzle pieces, and I'm like, art classes and science labs. I was a Prisk mom for 14 consecutive years, so, I had that one figured out. So welcome to Prisk. But just thank you for everything. This is very vital work, and like Ms. Kerr is saying, this last year and a half has been incredibly challenging in so many ways. But to have the silver lining and the ability to do something about it that's meaningful, it truly is meaningful. It's not a knee-jerk reaction to anything. It's not we're just going to put a Band-Aid over something. This is meaningful work. So for that, I thank you.
Yeah, I know some of you personally from experiences over the years, but this is incredibly moving. And as I sat here and listened, what I thought is, what's the word to describe this, which is so unusual in the way that things are done. And the word that came to me was authentic. It's from the deepest places in each of you. It's from the most important places, the things that you care about the most. And I'll say something that may or may not make any sense to you. I was on the community college board for 16 years. And you never got touched by things that went on in community colleges like you do in K through 12, because the average age of students is 29, and their issues are my car broke down, or I've got to move to another town, or I need this one class, and I can't get it. When, of course, in K through 12, the most important thing in your life is your families and your kids, and that's where you are, and that's what you communicated today, to us, and I'm very, very grateful for that. The theme of the Long Beach Unified School District is we can, we care, we have a long track record of doing good things, and you just have inspired me, and I think this group to think, how can we do better? How can we take that authenticity and make it a part of every student's life? And you don't have to have 1,000 meetings to do that, but you've opened the pathway, and so thank you very much for that.
So I echo everything that my colleagues have shared. I want to offer a thought, and then if we have any questions for our ELT reps here, love to hear those as well, and hear any other thoughts that you'd like to share. So first is, our district is committed to having a strong, bold policy that reflects the values, the perspectives, the experiences, the principles that you all have shared. But I think a good policy with those characteristics is only as good as our ability to implement the policy that reflects those words and stories that you all shared, and achieves the impact and the intended outcomes that uphold everything that you've shared, right? And so I'm offering that partly as a congratulatory sort of thank you, but also that, as all of you alluded to in some way or fashion, that the work doesn't stop here, right? That a lot of the heavy lifting still remains, right? Whether that's the accountability piece or the listening sessions that we've referred to. So I wanted to share that because I do have some thoughts and questions, but I want to sort of open it up to say, great, awesome. We need to have a policy that then gets implemented, right? And achieves the impact, and again, the values and the experiences that all of you have shared. So let me pause there. I do have a couple questions, but I want to open it up for questions, if anyone has a question.
I just had one. Really, obviously, I saw that there were 8 different meetings that occurred. You were going back and forth from a number of different uses of verbiage, which I appreciated the verbiage explanation. I was just curious from, once again, an anecdotal stance on how you felt the process went.
Okay. Honestly, I was doubtful in the beginning. This is my first official committee within the district. From the very first day, I appreciated the openness of Dr. Brown and Lucy and some of the others. And I felt a sense of maybe this is more than just word service or a Band-Aid. I have to say to you that I am not a wallflower by any means. Actually, hi.
We didn't doubt that.
Mr. Moskowitz can tell you that. But I will say that could we have done things differently? Sure. Could it have been better? Absolutely. Are we done? No way. Is this just the beginning? Absolutely, because it's just a pebble on the beach.
Agreed to that. And I do want to share, one of the things we learned early on is that the school district was already doing a lot of work around equity. To me, as a government bureaucrat, it looked like they were in silos and they were kind of desperate. What Dr. Brown was able to do was start to describe for us all the different initiatives. So we actually asked her for a study session and a document that clearly outlined all of these initiatives. So in a follow-up meeting, she did provide all that information to us, which was a little overwhelming. But one of the recommendations that I have for the board is to consider doing a study session on all the equity initiatives you have going on so that you have a good understanding, but also send out an alert to us parents so we can watch it on YouTube, so we also have a deep knowledge and understanding about all the amazing equity work that's going on and how we start to braid these initiatives towards the policy. Thank you.
And step away from the silos.
Yes, absolutely.
So can I answer? I'm going to answer the question really honestly. The question was, what did it feel like? How did it go, right? It was really hard. To my comments during the actual presentation, you can have really kind people with really good intentions and still disagree and have conflict. And so I started with, I am a queer Latina raising at least one. And that is my story. It's important for me to, in this process, continuously drone on about this is not about my kids right now. And that was part of the process. So coming to a lot of those definitions, like Black, Indigenous people of color, was a big conversation because I am not Black. I have African heritage, but I do not identify as Afro-Latina. I am not a Black woman. And in Black, Indigenous people of color, I'm in that lump at the end, right? And I am okay with that. I am glad for that. But that was a big struggle. The intersectionality of struggle was something that we did work through. And so to be honest, I mean, there were days when somebody heroically, and I think we were all grateful for, said, I am pissed off. And it made everybody go, God, yeah, me too. Oh my God, okay, let's start over. And we were able to end every session smiling and feeling good about the work that was done. Because sometimes when you're adults, you need to just say like, no, this is not okay. And then still be okay with each other. And so that's a lot. And I credit Dr. Brown, who I have told my board member Kerr over and over, like, can you clone her? Because she is incredible. You have an absolute gem in a person who can say, you are right. We are doing it wrong in this way, or it has been done wrong. And that acknowledgement within our group happened every time. And that was important.
Hi, board. I'm Melissa Morgan. I was also on the equity leadership team, and I'm only up here because I was told I could. I wouldn't just show up. I, as a kind of an act of silent protest, decided to not present this piece because my background, I've come to Long Beach to work on diversity and inclusion work with high school kids back 20-some years ago. It's a very long marathon process, and I found it very uncomfortable to be part of this. I didn't realize it would be that uncomfortable because I was coming in as a parent, not in my job work hat, though I got some support there, not for any leadership that I wanted, but because I really care about Black kids. I really care about the kids who are the most marginalized. It's a passion of mine, and it's why I feel like I'm here in this community. We're the most, right, one of the most diverse communities in the country. So I appreciate the process we've been through, the work and time that staff have put forward here, because for all of us, in a year of a pandemic and uprisings, we've really had to lean into what's uncomfortable. I found myself working really hard to listen and then challenge, because I know how difficult these conversations are in classrooms, in school district institutions. And one of my hopes was that, you know, we're looking to find a way to change an institution, to change institutional racism that impacts kids that look like me or my children. And that's very hard, and it's absolutely frightening. And it was excruciating for me to come to these meetings. Sometimes I'd have the camera off, I'd be laying in the bed with a headache after a day of working on social justice issues, and then wanting to like plant seeds with folks who maybe weren't quite sure how to do that in this setting. I had hoped that we could share the policy in advance with folks that I saw as my peers who've been here, especially the last 2 years, advocating for real equity in Long Beach, being the LCAP and Black Lives Matter Long Beach, of which I am a member now. And our group decided they weren't comfortable with it because they didn't want to share any drafts beforehand. But what I know and what I believe in my heart is that we have to change the way we do things. And even if it's a partner that's not a trusted partner, as the city or the district might like to look to for resource and support, I think for us to really change Long Beach institutional racism, we have to try to do things differently. So I appreciate the question. I appreciate the opportunity to share. It's been very difficult. I think we're at a great place to where now we're having tougher conversations. We brought in Dr. Nusheen Valizadeh, who brought forth a really great process for us to work on, you know, how do we look at this issue and what can we really own, and leaning in and saying, we want to uplift Black kids. We know the scar on the experiences of Black children here. We know, I've learned so much about what students with disabilities what their experience is, and how hard that is for a system to uphold equity in all these areas and intersectionality. So I do want to thank my colleagues here who helped to uplift Black students, as Maricela shared that. And for me, I really want to own standing up and speaking up for students with disabilities, because I think there's not enough voice for either community sharing. So thank you.
Melissa just inspired me. So in my day job, I'm a project director in Center X at UCLA. And so our work is social justice, and this is what I do. And I'm blessed that I get to go to districts day after day and visit and have these kind of conversations. And I can guarantee you that LBUSD is something that always comes out of my mouth when I'm there for something fabulous that you guys have done. And though giving compliments is not my strongest suit, I will say that this process that we went through, I have not seen at any of the other districts that we are serving throughout the county of Los Angeles and San Bernardino. And so I commend you for that. I have not seen an equity policy like this in any of the districts that we are serving. There is a surge of districts in the county who have decided to address their Black students, and they are nowhere near as where you are. So I still would uplift you as an exemplar, for sure. The process was very accessible, so I think you could get a lot of other parents who maybe normally wouldn't come out to these sort of things. One of the things that came up and why the listening session I think is so important is because though we have the annual survey that we do every year about the climate of the school, we don't know what happens to that information. Our kids don't know what happened to that information. So when I have my kids at home saying, but I say this every year on the survey that I don't feel comfortable or that they make me feel this way, there needs to be a platform where they can do this. And it needs to be a platform where they feel that there won't be any ramifications for saying that. And so in these listening sessions, I think it's very important that it's district or board members who are there listening to the parents or to the students, so they don't have that fear of my principal's going to reprimand me for this or my teacher's going to reprimand that. And as sad as that is a true feeling that goes on with many of our students and things in the district. So I just wanted to say you're on the right path. You are that shining exemplar that I mentioned earlier. We still do have a lot. And just like Melissa, it was very interesting being a parent and not a professional on this committee. It was very difficult in a different seat. So I thank you, and I appreciate Dr. Brown for that opportunity too.
To answer your question, there were times when the process needed to be redone or just refocused because we came all there with different expectations. I know I did. I wanted action plan, implementation. Here are some ideas. Let's boom, boom, boom. We had to cool our jets and understand we have to set a foundation. That took time to understand what this process was for. And when Dr. Brown presented the broader picture of other equity initiatives, we could then have more confidence into creating a policy that we know had other things going on. But even in this process, we discussed creating ways for parents, again, in the communication strain of how can parents bring forth their ideas. I can write an email, here we go again, but parents have ideas. We are not centers of complaints. We are not to be treated as such. We have ideas that you can hear, implement, or take a piece of it, or something, because we bring a perspective that is dynamic, it's up to date, it's based on personal experience, and it's helpful, and you need to hear it real time. And I think you also need to hear it not in a data sheet, not in pieces of paper or tables. You need to receive the information in a different way as well, and that will enhance the end result of whatever is implemented. But we have to have a way, and more than one way. We have to have multiple ways for you to hear the information and to be able to act upon it. So the process was difficult, and we're ready to move forward because we have ideas and they need to be discussed, at least listened to, and you don't have to take every single thing and do everything, but listen and extract and then give feedback and get back to the parent too. That's part of the process, so that we know our ideas were listened to and that we know you heard us. That's another critical element. So our process needs to be revamped, even in the ELT space. We need to, and we know it, but I implore you to revamp your process as well. Thank you.
Thank you all for being so honest. It leads right into the question that I had, which was, walk me through a challenging part of the process, and many of you did that. So as we move forward, you all volunteered for this. This is something that is deeply embedded in who you are and what you are passionate about. And our next step is to talk to more people about it. I absolutely agree with your last slide of we need to get some robust feedback from our community. And we know that not all of our community will come to this with the same passion. I think what I heard from some of you along the way, and again today, is that even within all of your like-mindedness and passion for the work, there was still some heated discussion. There was still some not agreeing with each other in terms of words or process. And it sounds like you grew a lot from that, so we don't need to go into that because you didn't answer it. But I would ask you, or task you with working with Dr. Brown, that as we go out into the community, taking some lessons learned from your own experience of working through not quite seeing eye to eye on things. So as we design what those community sessions look like, that we learn and we can engage with each other, some of whom may have very vastly different experiences of it. So I'm basically saying the stuff that was really hard and you learned good lessons from and you want us to revamp, help us design what that next community piece looks like with those lessons learned. So that as we engage with a wider audience around the work, we're coming back to what you learned about each other so we can help a broader community learn those same things about who we are. So sorry for more homework, but Dr. Brown said you guys liked homework. But I look forward to your voice leading in how we continue to engage in a deeper way with a broader community.
Ms. Craighead, Mr. Otto, any thoughts or questions? So my question was related to Board Member Kerr's. So we'll have a formal sort of look at it again at tomorrow's meeting. But given that I think all of you highlighted the importance of these listening sessions, right? And we want to make sure to get it right because of the magnitude of the potential impact that a policy could have, notwithstanding all of the great work that the district's already doing, right? That this could serve as an anchor, additional anchor for that work. What is your expectation of us as your board? What do you need from us as we're having conversations about the content of this policy, about implementation, as we're going through our considerations, because we want to get it right? This isn't something that, oh, let's just pass this policy, right? So what would you like to see from us or ask of us or expect of us?
Thank you. How much time?
So let's try to keep it within a reasonable amount of time here.
Yes,
Marissa.
no, in all seriousness, I think there are a couple of things. One, I actually said during the presentation, which is to come at work understanding that even though you may have put in 8 hours a day for 3 weeks on a project and think that it is light years better than has been done in the past, to really hear feedback. And I know that not all the feedback you get is polite. I know that people are often rude and angry and coming to situations with all their emotions just hanging out there, and I'm sorry for that. I know that I have been that person. I have come and stood at this podium and cried at you before, literally. So I get that. But I would ask that board members and executive staff and relay to all of your principals and to all of your folks that this is personal. These are our children. And for someone like me who does not have a Black child or who does not have a student with disabilities, I am okay, and more than okay, I am telling you, you have to center Black children and students with disabilities. And what that means is equity, not equality. My children at Patrick Henry are doing more than fine. Trust and believe that we do not need free violin at Patrick Henry. My child has enjoyed 2 years of free violin. Thank you very much. It's kind of not great yet. But there is none of that at Grant, where my children should be. Grant children, Star King children, need free violin far more than my children at Patrick Henry. I am not coming here asking you for equality, but for equity. And every time you have upper middle class and wealthy parents who do not raise Black children or students with disabilities saying that's not fair, I need you to say you are right. You are right. It is unfair that we are going to take resources that were unequally distributed and backfill, because that is equity. And when we get more resources for things like a pandemic, we have to know that reopening schools for Black and brown people is a far different thing than for other people. My husband being in the hospital with COVID for 6 days was a very different financial experience, I assure you, than the people who don't want to have to wear masks outdoors. So every conversation you have going forward where people who don't look like me, who don't look like my colleagues standing here, when they say to you, that's not fair, I need you to be willing to say, you're right. We're not asking for fairness. We're asking for equity.
So Patrick Henry's my kid's school too. We live around the corner from this school. So I don't want to get confused that because my kids don't go to Roosevelt, that they're not in need on the East Side school because they're being ignored. So my 3 who have gone through the entire dual immersion program, when I asked to address issues about being a Black child at this school, I am told it's an insignificant number. When I'm asked, when I say my kids also are Latino heritage, are there no Latinos who look like my kids in this world? Because it's my understanding that South America, Central America, and islands are chock full of them. But there's no pictures on the walls that look like my children. There's no books being read by authors or things who look like my children. When I ask about, are we going to do something to celebrate my kids at least once a year? Can we at least get once a year? That's not the focus of this school. It's the focus of every school. And I don't care if there's only 3 kids there, because it means that the other kids aren't being exposed to that culture either. And so you're hurting the other kids as well. So I don't want it to necessarily be an issue of economics or zip codes when we're talking about the Black children in Long Beach. I'm a PACE kid. I didn't get any attention in PACE except for lots of marginalization, lots of microaggressions. So I don't want it to be we're only addressing low-income Black kids or Black kids who don't fit a certain picture, because it's happening to all of them. This is my 27th year in education. I can check the box for everything that educators say that they want from their parents and what's wrong with the Black kids. But yet my kids are still being treated exactly the same way. So it's not a difference of economic, it's a racial issue, and it needs to be addressed. So that's what I would say. Not a position where you can actually put in bite to the policy. If there's no bite, if there's no accountability, if there's no changes in structures, if there's no changes in professional development, if there's no hiring changes, then the policy is dead in the water already. If we can't help our teachers grow to become more culturally responsive themselves, to acknowledge that these practices go on, it's dead in the water. When my 6-year-old asked his teacher at 6, why do all the Black kids have to sit in the back of the classroom? And my son was sent to the principal's office for being disrespectful and assuming that the teacher was racist. I have a problem with that. It's a 6-year-old making an observation. And nothing was ever done to address any of these issues at that school. So it's not about economics. It's about centering our Black students throughout the entire district and our students with special needs.
I think I mentioned a bit earlier how old I am. I'm 27. And that says a lot, right? Because I think although there is differences between my brother, who's 16 right now, and myself, worlds of differences. It's amazing what a generation can do in terms of just language and accessibility. There's still so many things that I've done. You asked, what can board members do? I think being present to the younger generations and making yourself accessible and just how you define equity and how you're going to support those future generations is going to be extremely helpful. I didn't gain confidence until well over 18 to be able to speak in front of individuals in this setting, to feel that I had a voice, even to write to my board, my representative, I think it's important that they know that they can express themselves and communicate directly with you. Kids are so observant. It doesn't matter their age. They're actually more expressive when they're younger because they don't mince words. They have no filter, which honestly allows adults to reflect. I think something that's important is to allow for that opportunity to happen. I think the platform and the opportunity we've gained within this past year has been sort of enlightening in the way that we have used those platforms. Kids are on YouTube. They watch it all the time, right? Why can't there be something focused on them in their language where you speak directly to them saying, what does equity mean? You know, how can they see it? And how could we start as well preparing them to graduate, but preparing them to also be global citizens in this world, right? My hope is for them to be able to flourish and stay in Long Beach and to be able to, you know, travel if they want to and to be able to study and to reach their potential. But that won't happen if they don't think they don't have potential because of barriers that they don't know. I didn't learn what redlining was until over 18. So what do I do with my brother? He is a very well-educated brother, but that was based on opportunity, right? That was just my circumstances. And whoever I interact with, I want to ensure has that opportunity. So I ask you that. Please make yourself accessible to the future generations. 8-year-olds have a lot to say. And I think being able to know that they could connect with you and that you'll listen and you will take into account their feedback will make the difference. Thank you.
When I graduated from Long Beach City College with more than 200 units, I've always been a little bit of an overachiever. One of the first places I got a job was here at Long Beach Unified. And it was in the Child Development Department when it was at the Hutch. So some of you might remember that. I was so excited to have that job and to work for the district I had that had taught me to be the teacher I always wanted. I was on the job for a short amount of time, and my first assignment was an assignment that I would never wish upon anyone. I was bullied. I was told I should treat the children the way they act. They need time out, and I need to stop being nice and being their friend. I shared that information to the director, and the director said, maybe this isn't the program for you. So luckily, the person, I believe her name was Rose, and some people who've been around for a while might remember her. She called the substitutes and so on, and she gave me other assignments. I stayed with the district another 9 months maybe, and I decided I was not the David to this Goliath. I left the district and I went to private sector where I flourished. I am now a professor of child development at a community college. I am doing my life's work. I say to Dr. Brown almost every time we meet, if you were my supervisor, or if you were in the district when I was here, I would still be at the district. So what I say to you is what I believe needs to be done on the professional end and the teacher end is to really look at what's happening within the population of teachers. From the early childhood to 12th grade. Where are the Black teachers that started? At Wilson, I had 2. At Marshall, I had none. My daughter now has 1. He's down the hall because our room was across and she's a special ed teacher. Now, mind you, I know that just hiring Black people or people that look like me or my daughter is not the only answer. It is a place to start. And I know you hired them because I see them and some of them are my friends. But I also know that some come and they don't stay very long. So someone needs to start asking questions. There's a wonderful article by the people at Pacific Oaks in Pasadena. And it says, why are all the black children eating in the cafeteria together? And so I would love for you to think about, and as Sharvana said, or one of my friends here said, some meat to it.
Can I ask you into the microphone so
Oh,
we can,
sure,
so we
sorry,
can
sorry.
catch you?
Part of the meat, I feel like my voice is so loud, but yes, I will, thank you. Part of the meat needs to be looking at what culture do we have for people of color, all walks of life, are engaged in? Who are the teachers that have been here, and how did they survive? What are their stories? What about the people that left? I know there's exit interviews, but honestly, I never told the truth in many of those exit interviews because I know about not burning my. There was only one time I told the truth, and I didn't mind that bridge burning. So what I say to you and what I ask of all of you is to really take a look at teaching, at all of the pieces which we've already done, but also start asking the tough questions. Why aren't the Keisha Williamsons here anymore? Thank you.
Thank you. That was very powerful. For those of you around the table know I'm a very action-oriented person, so I'm going to give you action steps that I would like to recommend with my colleagues. Number one, the listening sessions are hugely important. That in each of your districts, if you would strongly consider planning that, co-planning them, of course attending them. I was thinking of Principal Duenas up at Adams Elementary. He does coffee with the principal once a month. He gets at least 20 to 30 parents who come and talk with him for 60 to 90 minutes about how to work together on campus. And so same concept, and we can help develop those questions in that environment, but sitting with the parents, of course, inviting the principal and some decision makers, and most importantly, parents, to have these conversations about what can we do to support your family and your children. Also, you all have high schools in your district. Take some time out of your busy schedules and do listening sessions with your high schoolers. They will be brutally honest, and they will tell you what you could do for them now, but also what you could do for their siblings who are in elementary and middle school right now. I would almost encourage you to maybe not have parents in the room, because I think you're going to get some, with parents' permission, of course, you're going to get some really blunt answers that will help you and the principals or decision makers in the room make some really great decisions that are student-centered. So that would be my first recommendation: listening, listening, listening. Number two, ask your administration sitting at this table and the equity leadership team for a 2-year action plan. You want reports semi-annually every 6 months on how the action plan is moving forward. What activities are they undertaking? What are the outcomes? What are the key milestones? Who's responsible? If anything I've learned over the years, if you don't have an action plan attached to a policy, then it will continue to sit on a shelf. We're happy to come back and report that action plan to you, and of course, we'll co-create it with your team. That's number two. Number three, I also would like to recommend that we center Black students and students with disabilities. That does not detract from other students in the district. However, 5 years ago, many of you were a part of the development of my Brother's Keeper Long Beach. It was the city, the school district, City College, and Cal State Long Beach. Dr. Aaron Simon and Dr. Tiffany Brown were your leads on that report. 5 years ago, the data told us that every category, African American boys and young men fall worse. They don't read at grade level reading by 3rd grade. They don't read at grade level reading by 5th grade. They're more likely to drop out of high school. Middle school. They're more likely to drop out of high school. In addition, they may enroll in City College, but they're more likely to not complete. And also at Cal State Long Beach, there's a very small percentage that enroll and a smaller percentage that actually graduate. And so what happens is, compared to their Latino Cambodian, and white counterparts, they fare worse in every single category from cradle to career. And so I would like to stand in solidarity with the other parents that we center Black voices in the policy moving forward. Thank you.
I would just like to add that when you create things, keep in mind it needs to be sustainable. Nothing here we've talked about is a one-time thing. And I would just implore you to build into whatever is happening a way to keep it going, but also to keep it refreshed and to always be open to revamping something so that it doesn't become stagnant. So just being able to realize to make it permanent, we have to build it in a way that it can continue to sustain and grow and evolve. And that has to be a component of any change. Otherwise, how can it make it? Because again, nothing here is a one-time thing in any of this work that we're doing. Thanks.
Thank you so much to all of you for sharing and for the powerful presentation. Dr. Brown, anything else from your end? Okay. I saw Dr. Brown just writing the whole time. So we will circle back tomorrow on this item again. Dr. Baker, before we adjourn, any additional thoughts or comments from you?
I actually want to leave the ELT voices to be the last word.
Perfect. So can I get a motion to? Okay, we'll be back tomorrow morning.
Here we go.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles.